The mountain and river seal changed from the size of a fist into 100 mu range, and suddenly fell like a hill. The huge shadow fell from the sky, and the powerful gravity field covered a large area around. Boom! With a loud noise, the mountain and river seal fell to the ground with a terrible power. Some Bachan Taoist disciples who have completely lost their mana and lost their ability to move in the gravity field were heavily hit by the extremely heavy mountains and rivers. The lower edge of the mountain-river seal body is closely connected with the ground, and there are obvious signs of depression on the bluestone ground below the black sand. Part of the hard square has been smashed, which is enough to show that many Bachan Taoist disciples smashed by the mountain-river seal have become photos. This is only the first step of Yi Tian's counterattack. Almost at the moment when Yi Tian stepped out of the four-layer field shield, many dead men, disciples and some martial spirit puppets followed him in the light halo around him. After the mountains and rivers fell, they flew in all directions. The slaughter begins again. But different from the last time, the target of the previous massacre was the sea demon, and this time, the butcher's knife was the friar who cut at the Bachan road gate. A massacre without suspense. Under the action of gravity field and Huathan stone, the friars of Bachan Daomen did not have the slightest force to fight back. The mountain and river seal that came out of the field shield released its powerful gravity field again, which made those friars unable to move. Yi Tian, who was outside the field shield, is still motionless. The faint halo continues to cover the 4 layers of field shields inside and outside. After all the martial soul puppets in treasure clothes and many disciples and dead men leave the shield, the halo suddenly disappears and the field is closed. In the shield of the field, all sect disciples, including the leader of Tiangong sect, were stunned at the scene in front of them. Such a magical means to break the field has far exceeded their cognitive scope. For them, it is no longer a means, but a miracle. Much more shocked than the monks in the field, the sea demon was Lin Yudao, the leader of Bachan Road in the sky. At this time, his eyes were wide open, his body suddenly burst, his mouth opened, and he couldn't speak. No, it's impossible. How can they come out of the field? After a few breaths, seeing that his disciples were suffering the worst massacre since the founding of Bachan Taoist Gate, Lin Yudao's lips turned white and kept trembling and muttering to himself. Obviously, with the rapid death of a large number of disciples in the square, the outcome has been doomed. 7,000 or 8,000 disciples of our school must be buried in Qingshi Square because of their stupid choice and blind self-confidence. Even if he went down in person, it was of no help. He got away from the mountain and river seal shrouded by the field shield. He is invincible here. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the terrorist suppression of mountain and river seal. Waste, really waste. You Bachan Taoist gates are a bunch of waste. What do you want? At this time, looking at the failure of hope again, the angry double-headed Zhao King shouted angrily, moved his body suddenly, and one arm suddenly soared, smashing down on Lin Yudao's head like a black stick. Lin Yudao felt the great danger. How could he let the double-headed Zhao King kill him at will? His body suddenly flashed and flew away in the distance. Dare you run? When the Zhao King saw this, he shouted angrily and waved his arm, take it down for me. Suddenly, more than a dozen shaped demons around him soared away from the original place and chased Lin Yudao like a light. At this time, the sudden change suddenly occurred. As the monsters around the double-headed Zhaowan left and a space was suddenly vacated around him, a white light suddenly came not far from the double-headed Zhaowan. The double-headed Zhaowan, who was extremely arrogant just now, had been caught by a big net. Shenrun, who had left the square long ago and was invisible in the air, finally waited for the best time and made a decisive move. He made a gesture. Tian Luo net tied his hands. The Zhao King quickly approached him, and his body flashed at any time. He had been sent into the spirit beast ring. Be accomplished. However, there are many monsters around. When no one pays attention, Shenrun can stealth and sneak to the double-headed Zhao King. After the double-headed Zhao King is captured, it is not so easy for Shenrun to leave the herd. When the double-headed Zhao King had an accident, the surrounding monsters immediately realized that someone was stealthy attacking the Zhao King, and the surrounding monsters immediately rushed towards the place where the Zhao King had an accident. Cannot see Shenrun, not because he does not exist, but simply cannot see. All spaces were surrounded by monsters, and almost all spaces were suddenly attacked by monsters. Shenron could not escape the encirclement and killing of many monsters. He had to cut off the monsters around with his fierce flying sword and rush out. Invisibility still has great benefits. He can choose to surround and kill fewer monsters. After sweeping many monsters with one sword, the space around him becomes larger in an instant. The enlargement of space makes these spaces naturally bear many attacks for Shenron. In this way, the number of monsters attacking Shenron has been reduced accordingly. It is not enough. It is still a massive attack. Shenron, who is in the boundless group of monsters, is still facing the threat of death at any time. As soon as the chaos in the sky formed, it immediately attracted the attention below. At the moment when Shenron succeeded, Tian already moved. He hit the mountain and river seal with his magic power. The seal rose out of thin air and flew quickly towards the direction where Shenron was located. Behind the mountain and river seal is Tian holding a fierce flying sword. Around its front and back, all more than 1,000 martial spirit puppets sent out and followed the mountains and rivers to meet Shenron. The mountains and rivers are printed in front and the martial spirit puppets are behind. This combination is like an invincible giant spear. The spearhead is invincible. Wherever mountains and rivers pass, the actions of those monsters, whether they are level 4, level 5 or level 6, are all affected. The Wuhuan puppet is a killing machine without any feelings. The half-immortal soldiers' magic weapons in their hands killed countless monsters and quickly approached Shenron at a very fast speed. At one moment, Shenron, who was rushing left and right to resist the siege of monsters, suddenly felt a light pressure on his body, and the attacks of the surrounding monsters began to slow down and disappear quickly. And Tian's mountain and river seal had rushed to the range of more than 10 feet around him. Seeing this situation, Shenron gave a long roar, and the fierce soldier's flying sword made a piece of light, sweeping the endless monsters around. His attack power is far beyond those martial spirit puppets. Where the light goes, there are monsters, blood, flying swords and residues. The scene is very tragic. Kill the murderous alien and protect the peace of the Terran. Shenron's heart is full of pride. Every time he fights with Tian, he has a happy feeling. But different from the past, compared with killing the enemy for their own interests, it is far from being happy for the overall interests of the Terran. This feeling of giving up the world will multiply the personal value. Have fun. Shenron sighed in his heart. The lack of magic weapons in his hands did not slow down at all. In a moment, he had emptied the surrounding monsters and merged with Tian. Although he had great advantages, Tian did not love war, drove Shanhian, and quickly evacuated towards Qingshi Square. When the rush in the sky was going on, the boundless monsters in the distance took advantage of Tian's departure and launched a crazy attack on the Terran Shoshue in Qingshi Square. On the Bluestone Square, there are only 100 dead soldiers and his disciples left by Tian. Although with the help of transforming stones, the strength of monsters is greatly reduced, after all, the number of these disciples is too small. There are only more than 200, including Kunlun Xiu. But the monsters rushed here in thousands. At this time, the disciples of Beichen Taoist school had been killed by them, and turned to show their skills to intercept monsters. Because when Lin Yudao, the leader of Beichen Taoist sect, was chased by monsters, he didn't forget to do bad things. He controlled the array and closed the field shield again, so that the monks who could have been safe from monsters were exposed to the attacks of monsters. Under the influence of Huathan Stone, they don't have to be better than monsters, and they can't give full play to their own strength. Thanks to the interception of the disciples of the Maitreya Palace, these people were constantly compressed and did not cause any casualties, but Ra was so, and the scene was very dangerous. Boom 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 just above the Bluestone Square, at the emergency moment of one attack and one defense, hundreds of martial spirit puppets at the peak of Yuanying territory fell from the air to the Bluestone Square. For a moment, the scene became more intense. With the participation of these new forces, the monster was slaughtered for the first time. Then, the mountain and river seal cast a large shadow and quickly flew down from the sky. The mountain and river seal was followed by Tian, Shenron and other martial soul puppets. Mountains and rivers appear, and all things sleep. This seal once again showed its powerful power.
When it rushed into the sky over Bluestone Square, the monsters shrouded below could not move immediately and became the object of slaughter again.
This time, Tian changed his strategy again. When the mountain river seal fell to the ground, Tian's disciples stopped killing, still began to catch alive and sent it into the spirit beast ring. The danger of many sect friars in Qingshi Square was relieved. The figures of those martial spirit puppets flashed one after another, came to the periphery of the mountain and river seal, continued to adopt the previous strategy, and threw the demons affected by Huafanstone only to the central area of Qingshi Square. It's like a replica of the previous war. If there were no other accidents, the 40 or 50,000 monsters who rushed into the Huafanstone area of Qingshi Square would be captured alive again by Yi Tiancheng. At this time, Yi Tian has come to the magic seal, followed by Xianrun. After observing the situation on the battlefield, Yi Tian nodded to Xianrun, who has shown his body.
Xianrun understood, gestured and took out the double-headed demon king firmly bound by Tian Luonet. Under the suppression of Tian Luonet, the double-headed demon king couldn't move, but the four eyes of the two Jiao heads burst out cold and fierce light. Xianrun punched a Jiao on the head and shouted, "What are you looking at? Look again and dig out your eyes."
The fist hit the Jiao's eyes impartially. The eyes were the most delicate place of the human body and the most delicate place of the monster.
The Jiaowan's mana was suppressed, but Xianrun's fist was very fierce.
One punch fell, and with a poof, Jiao Wang's eyes had burst out of his eyes under the punch, turned into a watery liquid, and flowed down from a thin film. It looked as if he had been beaten and cried by Xianrun. In the high altitude, many people also saw this scene, and they couldn't help sending out all kinds of strange roars. Countless voices were superimposed together, shaking the world.
Unfortunately, these monsters are very afraid of Huafanstone and Huafanstone.
Even if the Jiao King is captured, they dare not enter the shrouded area of Shanha Stone and Huafanstone, and can only howl in high altitude. As for what thoughts and feelings they want to express, Yi Tian doesn't care at all. His eyes have fallen on the Shumi ring worn by the double-headed Jiaowang on his fingers.
Master, sensing Yi Tian's eyes, Xianrun took Zumaji from the double-headed Jiao King.
It took a little time to erase its mental mark in front of the double-headed Jiao King, and then handed it to Yi Tian. There is no suspense about the war in Qingshi Square. Many disciples and dead soldiers effortlessly catch those monsters.
Yi Tian is not worried about what will happen.
He takes Zumaji and begins to make a mark of God. Soon, with the imprint of God's mind, this Zumaji has become Yi Tian's object.
God's mind probes into Shumi ring.
Yi Tian examines the time of more than 10 breaths, and then puts Shumi ring away.
From beginning to end, his face is always an indifferent expression, without sadness or joy. He can't see any emotional fluctuations.
He still continues to watch his disciples capture monsters. At this time, although the monks of the nearby sects were also suppressed by the mountain and river seal, they were determined. In this sea demon siege, the double-headed Jiao King has been captured. Although there are many other monsters, it must be out of climate. In other words, the overall situation has been. It is certain that the Terran friars will win. However, all the monks, including the leader of the Heavenly Palace, were extremely shocked. The leaders of the other 4 sects, including the Earth Spirit sect, the Derivative sect, the Taisho sect and the Jinwu sect, also learned the news that Yi Tian killed the Tiger King through their own stores. The Tiger King's body was the real Tiger King, but no one saw the people on Yi Tian's side do it with their own eyes.
It's hard to be sure when you can't see it.
There's always a trace of doubt in your heart. However, at this time, they saw that the double-headed monster more powerful than the Tiger King had been captured by the people of the Maitreya Palace.
They didn't have any doubt.
The Mountain Demon family and the Sea Demon family in the Holy Demon domain have 2 7-level monsters. It is because of these 2 existence that they completely suppress the head of the human friar, so that the human friar has no power to fight back. Now the 2 7-level demon kings have been removed, and the disciples of the Maitreya Palace have captured so many high-level demon beasts. The strength of the demon family has greatly decreased, and the Terran has finally come to turn over.
Time passed little by little. It didn't take too long.
The monster that rushed into Qingshi Square was captured by Yi Tian's disciples again. The more than 100,000 monsters that came this time have gone 5 or 6, and the remaining monsters also began to retreat slowly. Chase! Yi Tian shouted loudly, put away the mountain and river seal, and chased the monster that retreated like the tide. Behind him, more than 1,000 martial spirit puppets followed closely, and then the disciples of the Maitreya palace. Without the suppression of mountain and river seal, the friars of each sect have recovered their action ability, but they can't use magic power on Huafan Stone. These people quickly ran out of the influence range of Huafan Stone with the leaders of sect Master Situ and other sects, and then rose up in the air and chose a direction to pursue the monster. They did not follow the direction of Yi Tian's pursuit. These people knew that Yi Tian would sacrifice mountain and river seals. In that case, they would lose their mana and action ability again within the scope of suppression. For countless years, deeply oppressed by the demon family, the Terran friars have forged a deep blood feud with the demon family. This pain has been good and good. The monsters of the sea demon family knew Yi Tian's power. With their speed, they got rid of the other monsters far away. The highest level of the monsters behind them was only 5 levels. Under the pursuit of the friars in the realm of God, the result can be imagined. And Yi Tian's side, as expected by the Terran friars, the mountain and river seal was frequently collected and released. Under the influence of the mountain and river seal, the martial spirit puppet did not hesitate to kill some demons and beasts whose peripheral actions were affected. Yi Tian's disciples, however, captured the monsters suppressed in the central area of Shanhian. They were invincible, and many monsters had to be caught without a hand. Master! After Shanha's seal was collected and released several times, the remaining monsters had fled without a trace, and Yi Tian stopped chasing and killing. At this time, Shenron suddenly appeared and changed his way respectfully. How's it going? Yi Tian nodded and asked. I have killed the monster. The old slave has checked it. The Shumi ring of the head of Bachan Taoist sect is in the monster's hand. Shenron said and gave Yi Tian a Shumi ring. Yi Tian always paid attention to the situation of Lin Yudao before. When he saw that Lin Yudao was killed under the siege of many monsters and Zumaji was taken away by a chemical sea demon, he handed over the task of chasing the sea demon to Shenron. Yi Tian took Shumi ring, stamped his mind, slightly checked it, and nodded, yes, Shenron, this time you have made great achievements. It's the duty of the old slave to serve the master. The old slave dare not take credit. Shenron said quickly and respectfully. Well, your credit, Yi Mao, is naturally in mind. Yi Tian said no more. Seeing that many disciples had captured the monsters suppressed this time, he put away the mountain and river seal, waved his hand and said, go back to the Bachan Taoist gate and collect all the stones. After this chase, he chased out hundreds of miles, but Huafan Stone still remained in Qingshi Square. These things must not be left behind. In another direction thousands of miles away, after the leader of Tiangong sect killed a monster with a sword, he looked at the remaining monster that had fled far ahead. After a moment of meditation, he waved his hand and greeted the leaders of the other 4 sections. Several friars of Washinjing gathered together to fly away towards the Bachan Road Gate. Lord Yi, this time, I am very grateful to the Maitreya Palace for its righteous action to win such a great victory. Today is the most important day in the Holy Demon Realm for countless years, and it is also a day worthy of eternal remembrance. Hundreds of millions of people have finally got rid of the oppression of the monster family, and have stood up completely from now on. The leader of Tiangong sect came to Yi Tian who was in mid-air and said with a fist. Although Yi Tian has only the cultivation of the golden elixir realm, the leader of the heavenly palace completely treats Yi Tian as a peer friar, and speaks vaguely with an indisputable sense of respect. Nothing. Yi Tian nodded faintly and replied. After a word, he turned his head and looked in a distant direction. In the far horizon, more than a dozen escape lights flew here. From the escape light, we can see that all of them are human friars. It's Zhou Zongju and Zhao Menju. Master Situ of Tiangong sect and others also looked at the visitors and said to Yi Tian, these people are all sect leaders and sect leaders participating in the alliance. They are coming together. Hee hee, it's a good time to pick. Yi Tian smiled calmly. In fact, he had already found more than a dozen people, but before, these people were thousands of miles away, always releasing their minds and watching the war here. Because they were Terrans, Yi Tian ignored them. When Yi Tian heard that he was the head of the 18 sects participating in the sect, his feeling was different from before. Undoubtedly, some disciples of the sect were here, but when they saw a large number of monsters, they didn't come to support them. Instead, they hid in the distance to watch the war and didn't come back until the battle was over. Yi Tian despises this behavior very much. Dear Taoist friends, we're late. Soon, more than a dozen people came near and solemnly saluted with fists and apologies. They did a good job. It was really like that. Yi Tian didn't look at these people. He flew towards Qingshi Square. Who is this? Asked the first speaker, with a puzzled expression. Lord Yi of the Maitreya Palace, the Heavenly Palace Master Sita said simply. He also left here in a flash. When he reached a distance, he stretched out his hand to recruit the pudgy old man in the divine realm of our sect. What did the voice say? For these people coming together, Master Situ is not a fool. How can you guess what's going on? A dozen people who had just arrived wanted to chat with others, but they didn't expect that they were looking for excuses to leave here. More than a dozen friars in Washingjing looked at each other there, then dispersed and began to summon the disciples of our sect here. There are many layers of monster corpses on the Huafan stone in Qingshi Square. It takes a lot of trouble to recover these Huafan stones. Left and right Yi Tian is not in a hurry. The Wu Soul puppet is asked to clean up the monster corpses, and the task of recovering Huafan stones is entrusted to many of his disciples. Naturally, Yi Tian would not handle these things himself. He sat on the roof of a hall and began to cross-knee meditation. A moment later, the Master Situ of Tiangong sect slowly flew to the front of the hall, how far away from Yi Tian Sanjiang, stopped his body, hugged Yi Tian and said, Lord Yi, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Tian pointed to the hall, come here, sit down, and talk. At this time, Master Situ came respectfully and really sat in the direction pointed by Yi Tian. The people of your sect have told Yi that they want to exchange some top-grade fairy jade, but this? Yi Tian looked up at Master Situ. Lord Situ smiled, waved his hand and said, the best fairy jade is a trivial matter. I'm looking for Lord Yi as a gift from some magic weapons produced by our sect. Originally, these things were intended to participate in the Alliance Exchange meeting of the 18 sects to deal with the demon family. However, the situation is different now. The Mountain Demon Tiger King and the Sea Demon Jiao King are not enough. The Mountain Demon family and the Sea Demon family have no two Demon Kings, and suffer heavy losses and are high level. The Sea Demon will be captured alive or dead, and the loss will be heavy. Therefore, these things prepared by our sect will not be of great use. I heard that there are 100,000 disciples in Lord Ye's Maitreya Palace. These resources include 10,000 sets of Tinglong armor. Maybe Lord Yi can use them. Since you don't need the best fairy jade, please tell me what Master Situ wants. Yi Tian accidentally looked at Master Situ and said. Master Situ smiled and said, sure enough, I can't hide anything from Lord Yi. To tell the truth, this batch of magic weapons really consumed a lot of resources of our sect. However, our sect is good at refining tools, and the consumption is only a matter of resources. As long as we continuously obtain resources and spend some time in the future, we can also refine them. Although it's not enough evidence on the Demon Clan side, the development of the Demon Clan over the years has been extremely advanced for a huge number. There may be a long-term confrontation between the Demon Clan and the Terran in the future, because in the future, it is people-oriented and preserve the Terran strength, rather than clinging to resources, so as to deal with the Demon Clan. So, I have one thing to ask Lord Yi. As he spoke, Situ motioned, and flew to Yi Tian with a Shumi ring in his hand. Yi Tian took it, put it aside without looking at it, and said, Lord Situ, don't hesitate to speak. If it's really beneficial to the Terran, you will try his best to help. I'd like to thank Lord Yi first. It's good for the Terran and the sect at the same time. It's a combination of two interests. I'd like to ask Lord Yi, what kind of magical treasure is that black sand? Lord Situ asked. Yi Tian said, the Master Situ should also know clearly the function of this treasure. This black sand is called Huafan stone, which can close the magic power of monks and monsters. The original name of this object is Huafan stone.
Sure enough, the stone is as magical as its name.
Master Situ nodded slightly and then asked again, Lord Yi, I already know the function of this stone, but I have a doubt in my heart. Why can we be closed, but Lord Yi and the disciples of the Maitreya Palace are not affected?
This is what I want to know most. Both friars and sects have their own secrets.
For example, Tiangong sect will not spread your secret of weapon refining, and Beichen Taoist sect will not tell you their field secrets. Like Tiangong sect, they are all private.
Master Situ's idea is, do you want to exchange these magic weapons for the secret of the Maitreya Palace?
Lord Situ was stifled by Yi Tian's words. His original request was not just that. The reason why he asked for privacy was just to pave the way, and then he could talk about what he asked. However, when Yi Tian said this, he didn't know how to answer.
After thinking about it, Master Situ explained, yes, Lord Yi doesn't have to tell the secret first.
My idea is that since this kind of stone melting is so magical, and the magic power is not affected by this kind of stone melting, it would be great if Lord Yi could exchange a method of dividing stone and moving freely in stone melting.
Well, you're making this idea? Yi Tian took a surprised look at Lord Situ, and then there was no following.
Lord Situ looked at Yi Tian with great anxiety and said, Lord Yi, if you can have this magical thing, Tiangong sect will be able to protect itself even against monsters in the future, and even do bigger things. As for fairy jade, even the best fairy jade is not a problem at all. There are many fairy jade veins in the areas occupied by the demon clan, because the demon clan occupies those areas, and there has been no exploitation of Terrans for many years. It's definitely a lot of wealth. Yi Tian knows that these sects are doing nothing but for their own interests, but they still have a bottom line. After all, they are much better than Beichen Daomen. Moreover, even if the demon clan suffers heavy losses, the human friars must pay a high price if they want to maintain a balance with the demon clan. He pondered a little. This kind of Huafan stone was obtained by Yi at a great cost, and it costs more to be able to move freely on Huafan stone. These two resources are very important and scarce to Yi. I can exchange these Huafan stones in the square for 10% and give you 10 people of resources whose mana is not limited by Huafan stone.
That's enough. Classics are the maximum limit of Yi. 10%?
When Master Situ heard the speech, he turned around and looked at Qingshi Square. More than 1,000 martial spirit puppets were carrying the corpses of demons and beasts there. In some places, the disciples of the Maitreya Palace were recycling Huafan stone. Although the area of Qingshi Square was large and the thickness of Huafan stone paved on it was objective, he only took 1/10, and in exchange for 10 resource quotas that were not limited by Huafan stone, it was still a little less. At least, in his expectation, it will be very difficult for 10% of Huafan stone to complete what needs to be done.
He pondered for a moment and said, Lord Yi ordered some resources from Dongyang Pavilion in Dongyang City, didn't he? I'm the master.
All the resources Lord Yi ordered are used to exchange for the Lord's Huafan stone and supporting resources. As long as 30% of the resources in the square are free from interference with mana, if they are less and can't be scaled up, even if they are exchanged, they will be of little use.
I don't know what Yi Gong's idea is. 30% of the ordinary stones, 100 mana unrestricted resources?
Yi Tianlu said in a deep thought, with these Huafan stones, we should be able to give full play to the role of these Huafan stones with Tiangong Zong's attainments in refining utensils. For 100 places that are not limited by Huafan stones, the number of matching these 30% Huafan stones should be enough. Yi can exchange them for you, but there is one thing you need to promise Yi. Lord Yi, please speak. Situ Juanru looked happy when he heard the speech. If these resources are used properly, Tiangong sect will become more and more powerful and become the largest in the Holy Spirit domain.
It's only a matter of time.
However, Tiangong sect can only become the leader of the sect and safeguard the interests of the human race. It must not dominate the spirit domain and poison the same people. You may have guessed that Yi is not a monk in the Holy Spirit domain. This time, you went to various places I traveled in the Holy Spirit realm. It was just the right time to help. Although Yi will leave the Holy Spirit realm soon, he will come back one day.
At this point, Yi Tian gave Situ Juanru a warning look. Situ Zong's master's expression could not help but be one of Lin, and quickly accepted. Lord Yi, rest assured, I will certainly abide by the palace master's warning.
On the basis of self-protection, Tiangong will strengthen our sect and develop the way of refining weapons, and will not expand, bully our peers and have the heart of hegemony.
Yi Tian nodded slightly. It's good that you understand Yi Mao's meaning.
When Yi Mao comes back to the Holy Demon Realm in the future, if what Tiangongzong does not violate Yi Mao's original intention, Yi Mou will not mind giving Tiangongzong another great fortune.
If you really violate your current commitment, you should be able to think of the consequences.
Please don't worry, Lord Yi. I will never let Lord Yi down, Master Situ promised again.
Yi Tian glanced at Situ Juanru and said, Yi has just preached.
Some disciples in our palace will deliver 30% of the avatar stones.
As for 100, there is no limit.
At this point, Yi Tian gestured and took a transparent Xianyin stone the size of a human head from Shumi Ring and handed it to Situ Juanru. This item is not affected by Huafan stone. It can be refined into a treasure garment with other materials. Naturally, it is not limited by Huafan stone. As for the matching materials, Yi has less contact with the natural materials and earth treasures in the Holy Demon Realm, and he can't give a conclusion.
With Tiangong's sect's attainments in refining utensils, he may produce a more powerful treasure garment than that refined by the Maitreya Palace.
This is a Xianyin stone. It's enough to refine 100 pieces of treasure clothes. If you refine them properly, it's possible to have 10 or 8 more.
Thank you, Lord Yi.
As soon as the appointed date arrives, Tiangong sect will surely hand in the things ordered by Lord Yi. I promise, the quantity is absolutely only a lot, Master Sita said excitedly with Xianyin stone in his hand.
Yi Tian nodded slightly and said, it seems that several sect leaders over there are also waiting to see Yi. Please ask sect leader Situ to let them come one by one. Go and turn the stones.
Go over here. Hearing the speech, Situ Juanru saluted Yi Tianshan, then moved and flew to the more than a dozen sect leaders waiting 3 or 4 miles away. Soon, after a brief conversation, one of the monks flew towards the hall where Yi Tian was located.
Taisho teacher Liao Tungwen wants to see Lord Yi, a pudgy monk came.
When he was 3 or 4 feet away from Yi Tian, he stopped and gave Yi Tian a respectful fist.
Master Liao, please sit down.
Yi Tian nodded slightly and pointed to the position Situ Juanru had just sat.
Thank you, Lord Yi. Liao Tungwen thanked him and sat down in good order. Leader Liao, why are you looking for Yi? Ye's time is limited. Go straight to the subject. Yi Tian said faintly.
Liao Tungwen said with a sullen look, what Yi asked is related to the Dan robbery that occurred in the Jiujie area half a month ago. I dare to ask Lord Yi whether the robbery cloud there is the robbery cloud formed by Lord Yi's alchemy? Because besides Lord Yi, Liao really doesn't know who else has this accomplishment in the Dan Road.
Yi Tian smiled and nodded, yes, it's the robbery cloud brought by Yi's alchemy.
Unexpectedly, the 8 pills in the Holy Demon Spirit Domain can form the robbery cloud, while some spirit domains need 9 pills to have the pill down.
It's really Lord Yi. I'm really lucky to meet the right Lord today.
The thing I want to see Lord Yi is to worship Lord Yi as a teacher, secretly cultivate the Dan path, and ask the master to accept it. Liao Tungwen changed his seat and knelt directly, so he knocked his head on the green tile on the top of the hall and didn't lift it up.
Yi Tian waved his hand and said, Sect leader Liao doesn't have to do this. Get up quickly. Yi Mao can't promise to accept disciples.
You are the leader of the first sect. Yi Mao's Dan Tao is only passed to the disciples of the Maitreya Palace. This rule won't change. Hearing the speech, Liao Tungwen said without raising his head, Master, the disciple has considered this matter. If the master accepts the disciple is willing to dissolve the Taisho sect, lead more than 7,000 people to follow the master around the spiritual region, or he can often listen to the teachings. Are you willing to break the tradition of practicing Buddhism in order to worship the teacher?
Yi Tian asked in surprise. He really didn't expect Liao Tungwen to say such words.
It was really out of his expectation that the leader of a sect would rather dissolve the sect in order to learn Dandao. Shifu, the inheritance of Taisho sect is Dandao, and because the disciples are stupid, the art of alchemy can no longer be carried forward in the hands of the disciples. Instead of letting the inheritance of Taisho sect be cut off day after day, it's better to let this generation of disciples follow the Ming master and improve the attainments of Dan Dao. The practitioners in the world belong to one family.
We remember that it's enough to be Taisho sect, Liao Tungwen said without hesitation.
In that case, Yi will accept you as his own disciple, ranking 16th.
There is no need to dissolve the Taisho sect. The Maitreya Palace embraces all rivers and is very inclusive.
Previously, a sect called Shueihua sect joined the Maitreya Palace and became the Shueihua branch of the Maitreya Palace.
Your Taisho sect will be the Taisho branch of the Maitreya Palace.
Yi Tian said thoughtfully, in his last life, he was addicted to Dandao, so he immediately had a lot of good feelings for Liao Tungwen, a monk who was also addicted to Dandao. Moreover, in the previous war of the demon clan, his performance was commendable.
Thank you, Master. Master is here. Please accept my disciple's 3 obeisances.
Hearing the speech, Liao Tungwen showed a surprised look on his face and kowtowed to Yi Tian 3 times in succession. If you can join the Maitreya Palace without dissolving Taisho, it is undoubtedly a good thing you can't dream of.
Get up. When you have the right opportunity, I'll introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. There are 2 senior brothers in other spiritual regions. We'll meet later.
In addition, it's just your idea for Taisho to join the Maitreya Palace. If our disciples are unwilling to join, we have to make arrangements properly.
Yi Tian asked. Yes, the disciple must do it well.
It will take about 10 days to return to the sect now.
I don't know where to make peace with Master at that time? Liao Tungwen asked. Yi Tian inquired about the location of Taisho sect in detail.
It turned out to be a city at the junction with the mountain demon family.
Because it was close to the mountain, it was convenient to collect spiritual materials, so the sect of Taisho was chosen here.
In view of the large number of disciples of Taisho sect in the uneven state, in order to give Taisho sect more preparation time, Yi Tian and Liao Tungwen agreed that Yi Tian would go to Taisho sect and meet there 10 days later. To be on the safe side, Yi Tian left Liao Tungwen 3 messenger symbols.
Liao Tungwen left happily and called the next month by the way. This person is the leader of Zhenwu sect. His name is He Dayuan.
After reporting his name to Yi Tian, he also sat in that position according to Yi Tian's meaning.
Master He, please explain your intention directly. Yi Tian asked directly.
Lord Yi, I have an unkind request.
I don't know whether to say it or not.
If what you say is wrong, please forgive me, He Dayuan said after a little hesitation.
But it doesn't matter. Yi Tian nodded slightly.
He Dayuan said, Lord Yi, I saw that Lord Yi ceded part of the Black Sand to Tiangong sect. It can be imagined that the holy demon realm in the future must be the world of Tiangong sect, and the strength of the other sects must be more and more different. In order to ensure the harmonious coexistence among sects, I dare to ask Yi Gong to preside over the alliance of sects, and the Miro Palace will be the permanent leader. In this way, even if Lord Yi is no longer in the holy demon realm, but also has an unshakable deterrent effect. Only in this way can Tiangong Zong not harm his fellow disciples because he is afraid of the alliance leader of the Miluo Palace.
Yi Tianpa glanced at He Dayuan and said, Sect leader, he can rest assured that Yi has warned the sect leader Situ of Tiangong sect that he will not be arrogant, otherwise Tiangong sect will end up in a very miserable future.
Yi and the Maitreya Palace will leave the Holy Spirit realm soon and will not participate in the sect alliance of your Holy Spirit realm.
If you want not to be suppressed by other sects, only strengthening yourself is the only right way.
He Dayuan listened to Yi Tian's words and said, Lord Yi, every sect wants to be strong, but it doesn't mean that you can be strong if you want to be strong. Since Lord Yi doesn't want to organize an alliance, I dare not force it.
I have another unkind request. Can Lord Yi give up his love and Zhenwu also wants to exchange some Huafan stones?
Yi Tian shook his head gently, the number of this treasure is limited, and we can't exchange it.
In the bloody Sangming world, the Huafan stone obtained by Yi Tian is filled with more than 5,000 Shumi precepts. He uses all the Shumi precepts that can be used. The total number of Huafan stones paved on Qingshi Square is only the stock of 3 Shumi precepts. The number of Shumi precepts exchanged for Tiangong sect is very small. But Yi Tian doesn't want to leave this thing for other sections. Once he gives it to Zhenwu sect, other sects will ask for it. If it leaves too much in the holy demon realm, it will not be a good thing,
but will increase some variables.
Therefore, Yi Tian refused. Yi Tian's attitude was very firm.
He Dayuan sighed helplessly and said, "In this case, it's inconvenient for me to force.
I have another small request. I hope Lord Yi can complete it." "Speak." Yi Tian replied calmly.
"Lord Yi, Jinwu's sect has some experience in runes. They have refined some runes with good effects. Thanks to Lord Ye's help, our disciples are spared from losses this time. Jinwu's sect participated in the exchange meeting of 18 sects and prepared some runes to exchange resources.
Now they can't use them for the time being.
They want to exchange those sea demons killed by Lord Yi, Jinwu's sect leader. We still want to use those animal skins to make more runes. Of course, the demon pill is also a wealth. Although the number of sea demons is huge, the number of runes in our school is not small. Please have a look at it." As he spoke, He Dayuan handed a Zumaji in his hand. Yi Tian took it over, stamped his mind, checked the talisman inside, and then nodded and said, "At the request of sect leader He, all the demon carcasses have been exchanged."
"Thank you, Lord Yi."
He Dayuan got up from the top of the hall to thank him.
"Sect leader He, do you know the 10,000 Imperial Soul region?" Yi Tian asked when He Dayuan was leaving. "Wan Huangling domain?"
"I haven't heard of it," He Dayuan thought and shook his head gently.
"Then go and collect the corpse of the monster.
Yi Mou will send a message to inform the disciples of the palace to hand over."
Yi Tian nodded slightly.
Since He Dayuan had not heard about the Wanhuangling domain, he certainly didn't know about the space channel of Wanhuangling domain. He didn't want to ask more questions. "If Lord Yi asks for information about the 10,000 Imperial Spirit Realm, I will help you inquire. If there is any information, I will tell Lord Yi," He Dayuan said with a fist.
"Yes, please let the sect leader come over." Yi Tian nodded again.
Shortly after He Dayuan left, Zhuangke, the leader of derivative sect, flew over and sat down as instructed by Yi Tian. This person also intended to exchange for Huafan stone, but was rejected by Yi Tian. Derivative Gate has dabbled in various fields, but it does not have much profound attainments. It is not as good as Tiangong sect in discussing Qi Dao, Taisho sect in discussing Dan Dao, and Beichen Dao Gate in discussing field.
Yi Tian doesn't pay much attention to the resources brought out by Derivative Gate.
Finally, when Zhuangke took the initiative to show the treasures prepared for the exchange meeting, Yi Tian gave each other 5 million fairy jade and bought those resources.
As for the news of Wanhuanglingya, Zhuangke was not clear, and Yi Tian didn't talk more. The next one is Fengjing, the leader of the Earth Spirit Gate.
After talking for a few minutes, Yi Tian made another move and bought each other's exchange resources with 5 million Xianyu. Although like the Derivative Gate, the Earth Spirit Gate is not too good at the spiritual domain, they have prepared some good things for this exchange, including the treasures you have obtained through various channels for many years. If the market price alone, these treasures can be sold at a higher price, but in order to make friends with Yi Tian, they took the initiative to transfer profits to Yi Tian, just to establish this relationship with Yi Tian. Yi Tian has seen all the 5 sect heads who personally participated in the fight against the demon clan.
The remaining sect heads came only after the end of the war.
Yi Tian had no good impression on these people, so he asked them to come together. Seeing that they are treated differently from the leaders of the 5 sects, such as Tiangong sect and Taisho sect, these people naturally know what's going on in their hearts and can't help chatting up in their hearts. The Maitreya Palace is powerful and kills countless sea demons. Naturally, these sects will not miss this opportunity to make friends with Yi Tian.
One of them is the Taoist leader named Spiritual Cultivation.
Yi Tian had the honor to meet him in advance. That is, when he and Gu Xiangjuan's 4 daughters went out of the cave, he once took his disciples nearby. Later, Yi Tian ignored these people and left directly. Judging from the position of spiritual cultivation at that time, it should have reached the Beichen Taoist Gate long ago. In fact, the other monks of spiritual cultivation met by Yi Tian have already arrived at the Beichen Taoist Gate, but the Taoist master appeared at the end. Friars attach great importance to their own safety. It is understandable that they should protect themselves when they know they will die.
However, Yi Tian was greatly disgusted by this person's face that a dead Taoist friend would not die.
It was clear that many disciples of spiritual cultivation Taoist friends had entered the Beichen Taoist gate and were attacked by monsters, but this person never showed up, even slightly shocked within the sensing range of monsters.
The general situation of the other 11 sect leaders should be similar to spiritual cultivation, but Yi Tian didn't meet them personally.
When these sects saw Yi Tian's intention, they just wanted to exchange resources they had prepared for some of Yi Tian's Huafan stones, but Yi Tian politely rejected them. But these people were sensible enough to devote all the prepared resources to Yi Tian.
Yi exchanged the Huafan stone for Tiangong's sect.
If you can pay attention to the morality of the human race and keep watch and help each sect, you will let Tiangong's sect help at your discretion if any sect encounters difficulties in the future. If all sect leaders are only selfish and greedy for life and fear death, even if he is still in the Holy Demon Kingdom, you can't help. Before parting, Yi Tian mercilessly opened their last layer of fig leaf. Although I felt very ashamed and my face was very ugly, I couldn't help but be happy to hear Yi Tian make such an arrangement. These sects are most afraid of Tiangong's sect. Imagine that with Huafan stone, Tiangong's sect can crack Huafan stone's suppression of mana. Tiangong's sect can certainly capture a large number of high-level demons like the Maitreya Palace. You can go to the demon territory to mine Xianyu veins and obtain a large number of Xianyu resources. Both economic strength and military strength will be greatly improved.
At that time, Tiangong's sect will not be too laborious to deal with any sect. The crowd thanked and left.
This time, Yi Tian's income was full of pots and bowls. All the items used by the 18 sects to prepare for resource exchange were collected by him. Among them, naturally, Lin Yudeo's share of Beichen Daomen was put in Xumi Ring by him. Together with the countless years of collection of Beichen Daomen, it was obtained by Yi Tian. Lord Yi, I heard that the Taisho sect has joined the sect and worshipped at the gate of the Maitreya Palace. Just after seeing off the group of people, Tiangong sect leader Situ Juanru hurried over after arranging for his disciples to receive monsters.
Yes, indeed. Yi Tian nodded and admitted. I heard that Lord Yi didn't break up Taisho sect, but just let Taisho sect become a branch of the Maitreya Palace? In this case, Tiangong Zone also wants to join Lord Yi's sect and become a branch of the Maitreya Palace. Please accept Lord Yi, Situ Juanru bowed respectfully when hearing the speech. Yi Tianlu pondered and motioned.
A jade slip came out and flew to Situ Juanru.
Is this? Situ Juanru took the jade slips and asked in some doubt.
This is the 72 commandments of the Maitreya Palace. If you can abide by them, you are allowed to join the Maitreya Palace and become a branch of the Maitreya Palace in the Holy Demon Realm.
If you can't, don't mention it. Yi Tian said calmly. Let me have a look. Situ Juanru took the jade slips, took them in his hand, and his divine thoughts penetrated them.
A moment later, he dropped the jade slips and said to Yi Tian, Lord Yi, I have finished reading them.
We can abide by these 72 laws.
Leave this jade slip for us. I will implement it in the whole Tiangong branch. Yi Tian stood up and said with a smile, since there's no problem, Yi doesn't mind having another branch in the Holy Spirit domain. In this way, I'll stay in the Holy Spirit domain for a few more days to participate in the ceremony of the establishment of the Heavenly Work branch of the Maitreya Palace.
Thank you for your help.
Situ Juanru also quickly stood up and saluted again. Palace Master, Liao Tungwan of the Taisho branch worships the Palace Master as a teacher. Situ Juanru also wants to become a personal disciple of the Palace Master.
Only in this way can Tiangong branch be more upright. Since you are so sincere, Yi will accept you.
Liao Tungwan first entered the school as a senior brother, ranking 16th, and you are Yi's 17th disciple.
Yi Tian generously agreed.
Disciple, please accept disciple's 3 obeisances. Situ Juanru was overjoyed and knelt down respectfully to knock Yi Tian's head 3 times. After the ceremony, Yi Tian asked Situ Juanru to rise behind him and said, since you have joined the Maitreya Palace, I'll tell you the origin of the school, so that you can know it well. The master is a famous figure named Sui Huang. I studied from Sui Huang, practiced the imagination of Sui Huang, and later established the Maitreya Palace.
Flint Emperor.
At this point, Situ Juanru was stunned and asked in a slightly stammering way, Master.
What Master said about Flint?
The Flint Emperor dominates all the sky and all the regions.
Yes, it's the Flint Emperor. I didn't expect that old 17 had heard the name of his ancestor? Yi Tian said in surprise. Situ Juanru hurriedly replied, I reported to my master that I had seen some records of Emperor Sui in an ancient book. I admired him very much.
I just didn't expect to be able to worship Emperor Sui today, and my master also got a personal biography from the ancestor of Emperor Sui. No wonder my master has reached such a level of cultivation at the age of only 20.
My disciples and even the whole Tiangong sect are deeply honored.
Yi Tian said, the higher the birth, the greater the responsibility. The Miluo Palace is the pulse of the Sui Emperor, and the heavy burden on its shoulders is unimaginable.
At present, Master Sui Emperor is in trouble and trapped in the demon world.
After traveling all over the sky, we are ready to return to the spiritual region where the headquarters of the Miluo Palace is located.
When we have enough strength in the future, we will save the Sui Emperor out of the demon world.
Hearing the speech, Situ Juanru's face changed and asked, Master, the founder of the Flint Emperor participated in the creation of nature.
Who else is the enemy of the founder in all heaven and all regions, and why is the founder deeply trapped in the demon world? Why are you in the demon world? Yi Tian doesn't know about it?
It's also a mystery in his heart.
But he couldn't say he didn't know.
It seemed that he was a master with no level.
His face became a little dignified and said, Old 17, what is the end of your cultivation in all the heavens and regions? Situ Juanru lowered his head and said, In the past, I thought that the end point of the cultivation of the human friars was Yupu territory. There were records of the great friars in Yupu territory in some ancient books.
Moreover, there were 7 levels of monsters in the demon family, which exactly corresponded to the great friars in Yupu territory of the human friars. As for the matter of the ancestor Sui Huang, before today, I just thought it might be a legend, but in fact there was no one. But since I became a teacher father, it has been confirmed here, and with the unattainable cultivation of the ancestor, the disciple really doesn't know where the end point of cultivation is.
Ha, these words are true. I tell you, it's too far away to know the realm of cultivation. Because it's too far away, it will disturb the state of mind.
As far as the realm that can be reached by human friars, Yupu realm does have its own realm.
Moreover, the old slave Shen Run will soon enter Yupu realm. He used to be the owner of a great power in Luo Tianling realm, and later because of for some reason, I think the teacher has become the master. In the near future, the teacher will help him to rush across the border. Yi Tian smiled and said, There is another realm above Yupu, called Tiangong realm.
Monks in this realm also know each other as teachers. One of them is the sworn brother of the teacher and the supreme commander of a spiritual realm human friar alliance. When they enter Tiangong realm, their strength is so strong that even the great friars in Yupu realm can't catch up with it, let alone the friars in Huashan realm. The reason why the 2 dragon kings can move greatly is that when their magic power reaches a certain strength, they can use the magic power of shrinking the earth into inches, so that they can move thousands of miles in one step. Not only the monster is like this, but also the human friars can use this magic power once they enter the Jade Pu territory. At that time, they will destroy the sky and destroy the sea. The world is so big that they can't go anywhere. Practitioners should pursue the continuous improvement of their cultivation realm, the continuous relaxation of their horizons and the pursuit of eternal life. Only when their horizons are relaxed will they know how foolish it is to operate a certain sect and a certain force just to dominate and enjoy life. After hearing Yi Tian finish, Situ Juanru was stunned, bowed his head and thought for a moment, knelt down slowly towards Yi Tian again, and said in a deep voice, Listening to Master's words is better than reading books for 100 years, and the disciples have benefited a lot. Now the disciples have changed their mind. They are not ready to continue in the holy demon realm. They are ready to lead the whole Tiangong sect to follow Master. The disciples will go wherever Master goes. Master bought more than 600 magic weapons in Dongyang Pavilion. He must be ready to take a large number of disciples. Since he can take Taisho branch, I implore Master to take Tiangong branch with him. Yi Tian nodded happily and said, Old 17, you can have such a thorough understanding. As a teacher, you are very optimistic about you and will be allowed to go with you. You will also be given 10 days to prepare. When the Tiangong branch and Taisho branch are ready, we will find a space channel to the Wanoing spirit domain, and you will also try to find out where this space passes through.
Wan Huangling domain?
Hearing the speech, Situ Juanru frowned slightly, pondered for a moment and said, Master, there must be no space channel in the Terran area. If there is, it must be in the area where the demon family is located, or the mountain demon family, or the water demon family.
Disciples, think about it. There are two places that are most likely to be space channels. Let's hear it. Yi Tian said with an eyebrow.
Yes, Master.
Situ Juanru continued, one of them is in the Aquarium Sea area, which is a huge vortex, which vaguely emits the power of space.
What about another place?
Yi Tian's eyes flashed and asked.
Since Situ Juanru knew the power of space, most of what he said could rely on the spectrum. The vortex of Jiujia's sea area he mentioned must be the vortex he came from the Timon spirit domain. No one in the holy demon spirit domain passed through this space channel, so it's reasonable not to know which spirit domain he led to. At this time, Situ Juanru said, another place that may be a space passage is the mountain demon clan, which is also a huge black fog vortex. In order to find a very rare tool refining material, the disciples ventured into the mountain demon territory and found that place, which also felt the power of space.
The area occupied by the mountain demon clan is very broad.
As for whether there is a similar place in other places, the disciples would like to know. I don't know. When I'm ready, I'll ask Master to look at it one by one and ask him to identify it by himself.
Well, you'll go and prepare later. As a teacher, I'd like to ask you, which sect can lift the beam against the demon clan for the human friars here after the Tiangong branch leaves the holy demon realm? Yi Tian patted Situ Juanru on the shoulder and asked.
Situ Juanru thought for a moment and said, in the holy demon realm, no sect can stir up this big beam. If you have to choose one, only Jinwu's sect is the most suitable among all sections.
The sect leader He Dayuan is very strict with Jinwu's sect.
The whole sect is devoted to studying runes. The demon skins needed for making runes are derived from mountain demons or water demons, and have an inextricable blood feud with the two demon families. Therefore, Jinwu's sect it is absolutely impossible to fall back to the demon clan. Because of some resources, Jinwu's sect and Tiangong's sect have had several friction, and the relationship is not very good. But from a fair point of view, disciples still recommend this sect, and other sects are not suitable.
You can have such a mind. I don't see you wrong. Go and find He Dayuan now and talk to him as a teacher. Yi Tian said with satisfaction.
Yes, Master. Situ Juanru agreed and flew up to the edge of Qingshi Square to summon He Dayuan. Soon, He Dayuan handed over the collection of monsters to his disciples and came to the top of the hall with Situ Juanru.
Lord Yi, I've been ordered to come here.
If you have anything to do, just tell me, He Dayuan said with a fist.
Yi Tian went to the hall.
He Dayuan pointed at the position he had sat before. He himself was the first to sit down.
Situ Juanru did not avoid it and stood respectfully behind Yi Tian.
He Dayuan took a slightly surprised look at Situ Juanru, who showed some irregularities, and sat down according to his words. Yi Tian took the lead in saying, Master He, I have two things to tell you first. The first thing is that Liao Tungguan, the leader of Taisho's sect, led the whole sect to join the Maitreya Palace and worshipped Yi as a teacher. Now he has left here and returned to the sect and is ready to go. He will leave the holy demon realm with Yi sometime.
The second thing is that Situ Juanru, who is behind Yi, becomes Yi's 17th disciple and leads Huzon to join the Maitreya Palace. He will also leave the holy demon realm with me.
Hearing the speech, He Dayuan looked at Situ Juanru in surprise. Then his eyes moved away and fell on Yi Tian's face. He quickly thought about Yi Tian's intention to tell himself the two news and call himself alone. Just listen to Yi Tian continue. Now the Tiger King of the Mountain Demon family and the Jiao King of the Sea Demon family are captured once they die, but it doesn't mean that the demon family has no threat to the human family. The human friars are very weak, and they are bound to lose their hands and feet in fighting the demon family. Yi carefully considered your proposal on the premise again, and is ready to form an alliance in the holy demon spirit domain and fight as much as possible. The purpose of absorbing various allies is to jointly fight against the demon clan. Since he organized this matter, he will naturally stir up the beam and serve as the leader of the alliance. But the problem is that you will leave the Holy Spirit realm with the disciples of the Maitreya Palace, so he can't preside over the daily affairs of the Alliance. So he wants to choose a sect in each sect as the branch of the Maitreya Palace stationed in the Holy Spirit realm and preside over the Alliance on behalf of the headquarters of the Maitreya Palace. Yi is not familiar with the sect of the Holy Spirit realm, and is recommended by my 17 disciples Situju and Ru.
So Izong the Lord invited me to ask what you mean. He Dayuan listened quietly and his face gradually showed a happy look. When Yi Tian asked him, he said with a smile, "This is good news for Jinwu sect. It's appreciated by Lord Yi and recommended by Taoist Situ. I'm very grateful."
After this battle, the Maitreya Palace presided over by Lord Yi shocked the demon clan, terrified the demons, and established great prestige among the human friars in the holy demon spirit domain. In terms of reputation, this alliance only needs to fight any sect. The banner of leaving the Maitreya Palace can frighten the Terran friars. Because on the issue of fighting against the demon clan, as long as you stand on the position of the human clan and consider the interests of the whole human clan, no ally will violate the Maitreya Palace. But the problem is that even if the human friars are fully united and want to fight against the sea demon and mountain demon, they are still seriously weak. The demon clan has a deep hatred for the Maitreya Palace. Whether it is the Tiger King or the Jiao the Dragon is folded in the hands of the Maitreya Palace. As long as any clan plays the banner of the Maitreya Palace, it will be retaliated by the sea demon and the mountain demon.
Just like today, there are hundreds of sea monsters. Although some of them have been damaged, most of them still get away. Hundreds of sea monsters are equivalent to hundreds of monks in the realm of God. If you want to resist, I'm afraid it will become more difficult after the forces of the two sects leave as a whole. When Yi Dayuan finished, Yi Tian laughed. Sect leader, he doesn't have to worry about this. Since he talked about the alliance, he will make some arrangements on it. Whichever sect joins the Maitreya Palace is the executor of the alliance. Of course, the alliance is entirely voluntary, and Yi will never force it.
In the final analysis, it is also for the Holy Spirit domain.
In fact, if he leaves the Holy Spirit domain, it will be difficult. What does Yi have to do with the safety of the Lycan? If someone doesn't appreciate it, Yi won't take the initiative.
Moreover, as the executor of the alliance leader, Yi will leave some Huafan stones and resources that are not affected by Huafan stones, so he will take the initiative when fighting against the demon race. Moreover, Yi will leave not only 30% of the Huafan stones in the square, but all the stones in the square. All the Huafan stones are left. Another 200 sets of ready-made treasure clothes are left, which can be put on directly. In this way, there will be a lot of things that can be changed.
Master He, what else can you worry about?
Hearing the speech, He Dayuan changed his seat to kneel and knelt down in front of Yi Tian. Master, disciples are willing to worship the Master, be Master's 18th disciple, lead all Jinwu sect, join the Maitreya Palace, become the Jinwu branch of the Maitreya Palace, and guard the holy demon realm for the Master. Well, I hope you will live up to the trust of the teacher and guard the common people in the holy demon realm in the name of the Maitreya Palace. In the future, you will come back to the holy demon realm to have a look. Yi Tian stood up with a smile. Come with the teacher and give you the Huafan stone and treasure clothes. You will be responsible for contacting other sects for the alliance.
With that, Yi Tian flew out first and flew towards Qingshi Square.
17 elder martial brothers, please. He Dayuan arched his hand at Situju and Ru. Haha, 18 younger martial brothers, I didn't expect that we would become fellow disciples one day.
It's really lucky to get people. Situju and Ru shook He Dayuan's arm and laughed. They immediately rose in the air and followed Yi Tian away.
After all, the alliance led by the Maitreya Palace is different from any other force in the Holy Spirit domain. As the leader of the alliance, the original intention of the Maitreya Palace is to form an alliance for the human race in the holy demon realm against the demon race, which anyone can clearly see.
Joining the alliance means fighting against the demon family, no longer alone and fighting on their own.
Once the alliance is formed, there will be less unnecessary friction between the sects, which is equivalent to adding a layer of protection from another angle and reducing internal friction. It is a good thing to kill more with one stone.
Adhering to Yi Tian's intention, He Dayuan took the lead in issuing alliance letters, and almost all the Terran friars in the holy demon realm were busy.
In this way, Yi Tian became the most leisure one.
Time passed bit by bit.
In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed in a hurry. On this day, Yi Tian came out of the spacetime tower, followed by Qin Luo and Ir. Yi Tian naturally wanted to let them see such a grand event.
I had just arrived at Beichen Daomen before.
At the resource fair, there were some episodes, which were a great disappointment.
On the vast bluestone square, it has been cleaned clean. Countless colored flags have been inserted around the square.
The viewing platform at one end of the square is covered in red and hung with colors, which gives a happy atmosphere.
At the bottom of the square, many monks in different costumes lined up.
In front of each line, there was a flag with the names of each sect door written on it.
Maitreya Palace. Earth Spirit Gate. Derived Door.
There are 84 flags in total, which means that there are 84 families in the alliance.
This is already the most sect power in the Holy Spirit domain that can get on the table.
Some other small sects and families don't even have the qualification to form an alliance, because the strength difference between them is too great. Yi Tian was very pleased to see the procession of monks from each sect with a total of 30,000 or 40,000 people.
He spent some time and finally did something for the Terrans in the Holy Demon Realm. This alliance reminds Yi Tian of the Wanyu Alliance in the Great Wilderness Spirit Domain.
The Wanyu Alliance integrates all the human forces in the Great Wilderness Spirit Domain to jointly fight against the Ming Clan and the Demon Clan. In practice, it has been proved that this alliance is relatively mobile, fast and effective in both large-scale operations and the implementation of small tasks. I hope the alliance of the Holy Demon Realm can eventually develop into the alliance of the whole Terran like the alliance of the 10,000 domains. After all, the power of the Sea Demon and the Mountain Demon is still huge, which is a long-term confrontation process. The General Alliance leader is here. When Yi Tian came to the edge of Qingshi Square, a ritual officer sang loudly.
"Ha, Yi has come with the disciples of the Maitreya Palace," Yi Tian said with a laugh.
With the voice, he gestured continuously.
One magic weapon cave came out at random and quickly enlarged at the edge of the square. Shenrun in the invisibility also showed his body shape and also released many magic weapons in the cave. With the release of the magic weapon cave, the monks in the cave quickly came out.
Under the command of Yi Tian's divine idea, these monks listed their formation and ran forward along the edge of the square. There are more than 500 magic weapons in the cave, and more than 100,000 monks have left the cave one after another. The momentum of running in line can be imagined, which is very shocking in full view of the public. The movement of more than 100,000 monks immediately became the target of attention. Seeing this situation, monks of all sects in Qingshi Square couldn't help talking about it one after another. Many of the sect leaders and disciples saw the real disciples of the Maitreya Palace appear for the first time, while the original disciples of the Zhenwu sect changed their flags in the square under the banner of the Maitreya Palace. Not to mention anything else, just more than 100,000 people came out of the cave. This number and momentum are enough to shock people.
For these, Yi Tian is not satisfied.
At the next moment, he motioned, and more than 1,300 Wuhuan puppets appeared out of thin air in the later stage of Yuanying territory. At the moment of appearance, these Wuhuan puppets flew into the air, flew to the edge of Bluestone Square, and quietly suspended in the low sky.
After thinking, Yi Tian took out another magic weapon cave.
The others were all released, and there was no difference between the last four. As the magic weapon cave was enlarged, Gu Shangjuan and 4 beautiful female practitioners came out of it. Immediately, the 4 beauties became the focus of countless monks. But there was only one person who reacted the most, that was Ir. Her face changed, she glared at Yi Tian's back, pulled Qin Luoshan around her, and said, "Sister Luoshan, you see, brother Yi Tian is still a golden house? Don't talk nonsense. Your brother Yi Tian is not like that. There must be another reason. You see, the 4 female Taoist friends and Yi Tian are polite. They seem to be at a loss about the situation in front of them. They certainly don't know what happened here in advance. Moreover, your brother Yi Tian hasn't been out in the spacetime tower recently. Although you are jealous, you don't need to make vinegar for yourself. What's the occasion here? Alliance, don't fool around. Don't let your brother Yi Tian lose face in front of the human friars in the Holy Spirit domain." Qin Luoshan persuaded Ir and didn't let her ask Yi Tian here. Gu Shangjuan and other 4 women who came out of the magic weapon cave really don't know, so they don't know what happened. Yi Tian said, "Dear Taoist friends, this is the alliance venue for the human friars in the Holy Spirit realm. I think you may be boring after spending too much time in the cave, so please come out and have a breath. In addition, let you know the situation of the Holy Spirit realm. In a few days, ye can use his means to restore your memory. It's up to you to decide where to go. You will never be in your house when you don't know anything about the Holy Demon realm. Let you make a choice? Thank you for your consideration." Gu Shangjuan and others felt that what Yi Tian said was very reasonable, so they thanked one after another. Yi Tian stopped caring about their affairs and immediately flew into the air towards the auditorium. See the General Alliance leader. With Yi Tian's arrival, 84 leaders of various sects, including He Dayuan, saluted one after another on the viewing platform. Yi Tianlu hugged his fist as a salute, and then said, "Please sit down." With that, he went straight to the big chair in the middle of the auditorium, and He Dayuan followed him and sat on another chair next to him. On both sides of the auditorium, there were 2 rows of tables and chairs in the shape of 8 characters, with a total of 83 positions. With Yi Tian's words, the heads of the 83 forces returned to their respective chairs and sat down. Yi Tian sat on the largest chair and slowly glanced over the tables. On the seat was a famous brand, indicating which clan it was, which family, and the identity and name of the person sitting behind. All 83 were the first leaders of the various families, and families has the final say. Everyone is a spiritual realm cultivation. In other words, without the power of spiritual realm friars, they are not qualified to join this alliance. When Yi Tian's eyes saw the 2 rows of monks, he slowly stood up from his chair and said in a low voice, "Yi Tian, the leader of the Maitreya Palace, is a fellow believer in the Holy Spirit realm. When I visited the Holy Spirit realm this time, I happened to meet the Mountain Demon family and the Sea Demon family bullying people. My disciples in the palace were angry and killed the Tiger King of the Mountain Demon family, captured the double-headed Jiao King of the Sea Demon family, and severely damaged the 2 demon families. But he still has to travel to other spiritual domains and will leave the Holy Spirit domain. In order to prevent ye from leaving the Holy Spirit domain, the demon clan will launch crazy revenge on the human race. He specially organized this alliance at the request of all sects in the spiritual domain, and the Maitreya Palace will preside over the alliance affairs. The first thing for the establishment of the alliance is to define the name of the alliance. The leader of the alliance decided that the name of the alliance is Jinyao Alliance. Okay, Jinyao Alliance. Jinyao Alliance. Jinyao Alliance. People arranged by He Dayuan immediately responded and shouted slogans. For a moment, the cry of Jinyao Alliance rang through the Beichen Road Gate. Driven by these people, people in Bluestone Square shouted one after another. Immediately, the atmosphere became more heated and powerful. After shouting more than 10 times, Yi Tian pressed his hands, and the voice gradually decreased until he couldn't hear any sound, and the whole audience was silent. Yi Tian continued with a smile, "The second thing is to change the name of the spirit realm. To tell you the truth, the name of the spirit realm is unknowingly lower than that of the demon clan. It's not a bullshit spirit realm. My alliance leader proposed that the name of the spirit realm be renamed Tianbao Spirit Realm from today. The origin of this name is to take Hua Tianbao and outstanding people. What should be highlighted is the human race, not the demon clan." Another meaning. There is an old saying that the king of heaven covers the land, the tiger and the river demon in Baoda town. What do you think of taking the characters of heaven and treasure in these 2 sentences? Well, it's called Tianbao Lingyu. It's powerful, profound and exciting. There was a loud response on the stage, followed by cheers. Yi Tian pressed his hands again and said, "Then it will be determined as the Tianbao spirit domain. The third thing is to read the league rules." With his voice, He Dayuan came to the stage with a piece of paper in his hand and read aloud. These league rules were generally drafted according to the 72 law of the Maitreya Palace, but they were far less cumbersome and concise. It didn't take long to read them out. When He Dayuan stood back behind him, Yi Tian looked around at the people on the stage. If each clan and family have no objection to the league rules, the next step is to form a bloody alliance. If there is any objection, it's not too late to withdraw from the league. No objection. These people have already seen the League rules, and have already made some trade-offs and interpretations in their hearts.
Naturally, it will not make any sense.
As for the procedure of blood, everything is ready, each person has a bowl of baijiu, and the two demons are raised from the ring of the beast, and the blood is taken locally.
This scene is extremely shocking.
The double-headed Jiao King is so famous in the holy demon realm that it is almost a nightmare for all human friars. But now it is caught by a big net, like a fish, and it no longer has the prestige of the past.
More than 80 people, holding more than 80 bowls of blood wine, drank it in one gulp. Tian took the lead in throwing the porcelain bowl on the stage. The people followed and threw the wine bowl on the stage. Countless pieces flew, which hit people's eyes.
Next, cut the double-headed demon king and sacrifice the League.
With Tian's loud drink, the Shenrun gesture of taking care of the double-headed demon king moved, and a white light flew back. The big net that trapped the double-headed Jiao King disappeared and was replaced by a bright rope.
At this time, the double-headed Jiao King's whole body mana was sealed, and he couldn't even make any sound. Although his 2 heads and 4 eyes were full of angry eyes, he was like a lamb and had only to be slaughtered.
Shenrun applied a little mana.
Under the oppression of powerful mana, the Jiao King with both hands was forced to kneel on the viewing platform. Yi Tianchen was in his seat, gesturing, and the fierce soldier's flying sword appeared in an instant. With his drinking of the word cut, the fierce soldier's flying sword conjured a white light, cut across the neck of the double-headed Jiao King, and rolled 2 good heads onto the viewing platform. Just after the head fell to the ground, the body of the double-headed Jiao King suddenly changed from human form to Jiao body, occupying a large area on the viewing platform. At this time, a black smoke quickly flew out of the Jiao and fled to the sky. In such a situation, someone couldn't help shouting.
Yi Tian was already ready. The mini phoenix turned from the original spirit fire appeared out of thin air.
At the next moment, the fire flashed towards the soul of the black Jiao King. The flame phoenix rose in the wind with an extremely fast speed. It just flashed and surrounded the soul of the Jiao King in the fire. In the terrible flame, a terrible howl came out, and then all the sounds disappeared. Only the fire phoenix circled in the air, flew back to Yi Tian and disappeared into the Dantian.
Yi Tian's means immediately stunned many monks present. These people are more or less knowledgeable.
Even if they don't have much knowledge, they will compare Yi Tian's means with themselves. Whether Yi Tian's fierce sword or the original spiritual fire, even those friars in Yuanying territory asked themselves that they could never exert such power, and Yi Tian was only a friar in the early stage of Jindan territory. No one knows that Yi Tian's fierce flying sword is manipulated by the purple cloud dragon sword spirit and the fire spirit in the original spirit fire. In this process, Yi Tian killed the body and soul of the double-headed Jiao King without any mana, making it disappear from the world.
Yi Tian intentionally reveals this skill. He also has his idea. As the leader of the Maitreya Palace, why not use some means to convince the public? What he shows is not necessarily his current strength. What he wants to show is his infinite possibility in the future. He shows it not only to the sects of Xinyo Alliance, but also to the 3 new disciples. The ceremony is over. When Shenrun put away the body of the double-headed Jiao King, the voices around calmed down a little, and Yi Tian continued, as the Alliance leader is about to leave the town demon realm and can't preside over the daily affairs of the Alliance, He Dayuan, the 18th disciple of the Alliance leader, is left to take charge of the Jinwu branch of the Miluo Palace. The Alliance leader now appoints He Dayuan as the special envoy of the Alliance leader to deal with the affairs of the town demon alliance. He Dayuan. With Yi Tian's call, He Dayuan around him stood up. Master, the disciple is here. Receive the token of the Alliance leader's special envoy. As he spoke, Yi Tian motioned and handed a glittering token to He Dayuan. Naturally, he made this setting with reference to the Wanyu Alliance of the Great Wilderness Spirit Domain. The Alliance leader token was specially made by Tiangong Zong, who was good at weapon Taoism. The token itself is a semi-immortal weapon with dual attributes of attack and defense. It is a very precious thing. He Dayuan knelt on one knee, took the token of the Alliance leader's special envoy with both hands, held it in his hands, showed it to the monks on and off the stage, then hung it around his waist and returned to Yi Tian.
Yi Tian stood up and said in a loud voice again, in order to ensure that the daily affairs of the Town Demon Alliance can proceed normally, the Maitreya Palace has prepared 50 million pieces of fairy jade for the Town Demon Alliance, which are controlled by the special envoy of the Alliance leader and are all used to fight against the Demon Clan. The specific use process, establish accounts and be jointly supervised by all allies. With these words, a Shumi ring appeared in Yi Tian's hand and handed it to He Dayuan. Yi Tian also found a large amount of fairy jade in the double-headed Jiao King's Shumi ring. The quantity is no less than that in the Tiger King's Shumi ring. These are the Terrans obtained by the Jiao King from the Holy Demon Realm. Naturally, Yi Tian will not take them all away. There are many Xinyu veins in the Demon Clan area, but it is definitely not possible to mine a large number in a short time. There are many things to prepare. At least occupy those Xinyu veins to ensure the safety of mining personnel. Therefore, we must leave corresponding resources to ensure the normal operation of the alliance. He Dayuan took Zumaji, held it high and said in a loud voice, when the special envoy of the alliance leader performs his duties, he first assigns the derivative sect leader Zhuang Kodaoyu to manage these fairies, hand them over for inspection on the spot, and be responsible for the distribution of fairies thereafter. The sect leader Fongjing Daoyu of the Earth Spirit sect is responsible for the account management of these fairies, and the account must be consistent with the jade at all times. The three of us form a resource management team, and the use of a small amount of fairies is decided by the three of us through consultation. A large number of Xinyu will be decided by all allies. However, the 50 million Xinyu will only be used as starting resources. In the future, the Xinyu or veins jointly won by the alliance will be jointly mined by the alliance. In addition to the corresponding fees for participating Zonman, all the rest will be incorporated into the Alliance library and uniformly allocated and used according to the League regulations. Speaking of this, He Dayuan looked at Zhuangku and Fongjing who had left his seat. Zhuangku Daoyu, please accept Xinyu, check the quantity on the spot, and Fongjing Daoyu will establish an account. Zhuangku answered, took Shumi ring, and quickly stamped his mind. The next moment, a large number of fairy jade appeared on the auditorium. Then he gestured continuously. More and more fairy jade were taken out of Shumi ring and piled up in the sight of everyone. These fairy jades are placed very neatly, emitting a faint white light. They have sufficient aura. At first glance, they are fairy jades of very good quality. More and more fairy jade were taken out. A large number of fairy jade impacted the eyes of countless friars. For all friars here, including those sect leaders, it was the first time to see so many fairy jade. Naturally, they were extremely shocked. 50 million is just a number, although it sounds huge. However, when 50 million white fairy jade are all placed on the high platform, the visual impact is far more terrible than a simple number itself. 50 million fairy jade is almost stacked on a high platform of Nuada, and piled very high. Zhuangko, the leader of derivative sect, is responsible for the management of fairy jade, but he will not count the quantity of these fairy jade himself. He is only responsible for the quantity of these fairy jade. Several disciples of his own sect were responsible for counting the quantity. After careful counting by several disciples, it was finally confirmed that there were 50 million fairy jade, not much and not much. Report to the Alliance leader and special envoy of the Alliance leader that the number of Xinyu has been counted, and there are just 50 million pieces. When the counting results come out, Zhuangko bows in front of Yi Tian and He Dayuan. Report to the Alliance leader and special envoy of the Alliance leader that Xinyu has completed the account. Fongjing also saluted and reported back. Well, when the Alliance leader returns to Tianbao's spiritual realm, I hope to see the Demon Alliance unite as one, love and help each other, be close as one family, and be prosperous and powerful. And the Demon Clan can no longer threaten the safety of the human race. This spiritual realm is dominated by the human race. At that time, the Alliance leader will give a great fortune to those who have meritorious deeds. I hope you will take care of yourself. Yi Tian nodded slightly, then stood up and said. Many leaders of the Alliance sect also stood up quickly, and their hearts were agitated. At this Alliance meeting, they saw the financial resources of the Maitreya Palace, Yi Tian's heart, and the hope of the Terran in the near future. When the crowd thanked Yi Tian one after another, more than a dozen people suddenly appeared in the distance and quickly flew to Qingshi Square.
Yi Tian glanced, sat back in his chair, pressed his hand to the people, and motioned everyone to sit down and wait. Soon, the dozen monks came to the outside of Bluestone Square. One of them didn't stop at all and flew straight to the high platform, while the other monks fell to the ground in a flash. Master, the disciple led all 9,816 disciples of Tiangong's sect to meet. Except for our 16 disciples of Washinjing, all the others were included in the magic weapon cave. The door of Tiangong's sect was closed, all industries were dissolved, and all resources of the sect were loaded into Sumajiao, Situjuanru, who flew to the high platform, bowed to report. This scene was also very shocking. Tiangong sect, once famous for its accomplishments in refining tools, even ignored the inheritance of the sect gate, and the whole sect gate joined the Maitreya palace, which was unimaginable before. Because Tiangongzong followed Yi Tian and the Maitreya palace, they recognized them in their hearts, but they still admired Situjuanru's spirit. At this time, Yi Tian on the seat nodded slightly and appreciated Situjuanru's efficiency. 10 days is too tight for a sect of such a scale. Situjuanru was able to get things done in 10 days and brought so many disciples. It can be seen that his prestige in Tiangong's sect is commendable. He looked at the friars of Tiangong's sect outside the square, and suddenly saw the tall and thin old man and the pudgy old man Shenmu among them, and the tall and thin old man who turned to God was still bowing to himself. Yi Tianchao nodded to him and just wanted to say something. At this moment, his gesture suddenly moved, and a rapidly shaking messenger appeared in his hand. Shifu, there is an animal tide here. Countless mountain demons are moving towards the Terran area. Several nearby cities are within the attack range of demons, including our Twilight Cloud City. We can't withdraw now. There are many low-level monks, women and children in the city. They can't escape the attack of demons. I'm going to open the city protection field and guard the Twilight Cloud City. Disciple, Liao Tongwen. Liao Tongwen's eager voice came from the messenger, and then turned into a burning flame and ashes. After hearing the message, Yi Tian stood up from his chair with a leap of his body. He was in the low air on the auditorium. Looking around the audience, he shouted, "All the disciples of the Maitreya Palace enter the cave and go out to fight back the attack of the Demon Clan. All the disciples of the Demon League in town go out with him." With his cry, the shadow of people immediately flashed on Qingshi Square. More than 1,000 martial spirit puppets in the sky also flew to Yi Tian and were sent to Shumi Ring by him. At this time, the leaders of other sects dare not neglect. They have released the magic weapon cave and asked their disciples to enter it. After collecting the magic weapon cave, Yi Tian and Xianran came to the row of magic weapon caves and collected them into Zumaji. The disciples of the Maitreya Palace moved the fastest. In a moment, they had all returned to their own cave, including Qin Luoshan and Ir. Only Gu Shangjuan and the other 3 beautiful nuns watched the ceremony with great interest at the beginning. They suddenly heard the news of the Demon Clan's invasion. Their faces changed greatly and their actions slowed down for half a beat. Enter the house. When Yi Tian's sleeve was thrown away, his magic weapon cave and spacetime tower were included in Shumi Ring, and he shouted to Gu Shangjuan's 4 daughters. Yi Daoyu, when you are on the battlefield, let us out. It's best that we can help. If you can't help, you also want to see the situation of the demon family in Tianbao Lingyu, or make the final decision. Gu Shangjuan glanced at the other 3 women and said to Yi Tian, "It will be as you wish." Yi Tian waved and urged the 4 women to enter the cave quickly. After the 4 people entered, he gestured and put away the magic weapon. At this time, Xianrun had also put away the magic weapons he had branded with soul thoughts, and then released the 6th order golden eye divine carving according to Yi Tian's meaning. "Old 17, come up." Yi Tian said hello and stepped on the back of the golden eye god carving. Seeing that Master was able to control such a demon bird, Situjuanru gestured and released a magic weapon cave, which was quickly enlarged in the air. "All elders, all enter the cave." Originally, he wanted to fly to Twilight Cloud City with a royal sword. Since there was a faster golden eye divine eagle, he avoided spending mana all the way, so he simply took all the elders in. Many nuns in Washinjing of Tiangong branch knew that the situation was urgent and did not dare to neglect it. All their bodies flashed into the magic weapon cave. Then, the magic weapon cave shrinked rapidly until it disappeared. Situ Juanru stepped on the back of the golden eye god carving. The huge figure of the golden eye god eagle flapped its wings and quickly turned into a streamer and disappeared in the sky. Hurry! Hurry up! Look at the disciples of the Maitreya Palace. There are more than 100,000 people. They move much faster than you. Faster! This way! All our disciples enter the cave as soon as possible. Don't dawdle. Hurry up! On Qingshi Square, the high level of each sect gate mixed together in voice and constantly greeted the disciples of the sect. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. Under the long-term prestige of the demon family, the human friars have formed a conditioned reflex in their hearts and have a deep fear of monsters, especially the messenger received by Tian. These people can hear clearly that countless mountain demons have attacked and formed a wave of monsters. It can be imagined how fierce the attack of monsters will be. These friars belong to different sections. Although they have formed an alliance, they may have more opportunities to save their lives when they arrive in the battlefield late. Therefore, intentionally, these people are wasting their time. All allies, go to support as soon as possible. If there is any neglect, deal with it according to the League rules. Among these sects, Jinwu Gate was the first to assemble. He Dayuan looked at the chaos in Qingshi Square and shouted with great dissatisfaction. He was very clear about the thoughts of the monks and knew that it was impossible to start in a short time. He simply stepped on the flying sword and went straight to the direction of the Golden Eye Eagle. Twilight Cloud City is a medium-sized city at the junction of Terrans and demons. The city is located in a fertile plain, far away from the towering mountains occupied by the demon family. When you look at the city at ordinary times, it is flat and beautiful. Today is very different from the past. The desolate wilderness in the past no longer exists. To be exact, it is no longer a desolate wilderness when viewed from the head of the city, but endless monsters. There are so many monsters that almost cover the ground, and the site is full of all kinds of monsters. In addition to the monsters on the ground, there are countless monsters and birds in the sky, which block out the sky and even the sky. Under the attack of the surging beast tide, there was chaos in the Twilight Cloud City. There were cries one after another. The scene was very chaotic. The wall of Muyun City is about 45 feet high. The city is not closed on weekdays. When there are hordes of monsters, choose to close the gate. If there are more monsters, Muyun City will open the city protection field. There are 3 levels of this fortress protection field, which are low, medium and high. If the number of monsters is not large and the realm is not very high, it is basically just to open the field with the lowest defense level, so a lot of fairy jade can be saved. Only when there are a considerable number of monsters, which may threaten the security of the city, will the highest level defense field be opened. This time, the animal tide strikes. It is the beginning of the highest level defense field that has not been opened for decades. In the Twilight Cloud City, there are some scattered repairs. Because there is no sect support, most of the scattered repairs will live in the city at the junction of the Demon Clan. It is relatively close to the mountain area. If you are lucky, you can find some spiritual materials in the mountains at the edge of the Demon Clan area. If you are not lucky, it will not be as simple as returning empty-handed. Probably won't come back. The sect of Taisho sect is located in Muyun City. For those who obtain spiritual materials in the mountains, they usually go to the shop opened by Taisho sect to exchange fairy jade to maintain their cultivation. Sometimes, Taisho sect also has high-level monks who venture into the Demon Clan area, but they dare not go too deep because of the ferocity of monsters. For many years, there were not a few Taisho disciples who were damaged in the Demon Clan area because they went into the mountain to collect spiritual materials. It can be said that both scattered and Taisho disciples are deeply harmed by the demon family. At this time, in the Twilight Cloud City, within the powerful field shield, many Terran friars looked at the monsters all over the mountains, and their faces were very ugly. Among them is Liao Tungwen, the leader of Taisho. Liao Tungwen has joined Taisho since he was a child. It has been 500 years since he was a child. This is the first time he has seen such a turbulent tide. Everywhere he looks, there are endless demons and animals coming. He can't see the end at a glance.
Some of these monsters flew from the sky, some flew from the periphery of Twilight Cloud City, and a large number of monsters stopped in all directions of Twilight Cloud City and began to attack the field shield of Twilight Cloud City. Boom, boom, the sound from all directions is sent out one after another, and the field shield protects each convenient field shield from shaking to varying degrees under the impact of monsters. From all angles of the city, you can see the shadow of countless monsters. In the city, there are only 50 or 60,000 friars who can barely fight a war, and there are only 8 friars in Washington. Fortunately, no monsters that can turn into shapes have been found among the monsters that form the beast tide, but even so, if the field shield is broken, it is absolutely impossible to protect the Terrans in the whole city with the power of Terran friars.
Elder Marshal Brother, what should I do? There are too many monsters.
Around Liao Tungwen, a middle-aged monk who turned into a god state asked with worry.
Don't panic, Elder Marshal Brother has sent a messenger to Shifu.
I believe Shifu will come to help.
You arrange good hands to protect the field at any mana.
Remember, you should keep the field shield running at all mana, even if you exhaust all mana.
Otherwise, it will be a great disaster for the whole Twilight Cloud City if you don't insist on Shifu's arrival. Liao Tungwen said urgently. However, there are so many monsters that you can't see the edge at a glance.
Can the master mentioned by the elder Marshal Brother play a role? The middle-aged monk asked with a sad face. Liao Tungwen patted the younger Marshal Brother on the shoulder and said with a complex look, as long as Muyun City can hold on to the moment when master arrives, all the people in the city will be saved.
I'm afraid I can't hold on to that moment. So many monsters? Elder Marshal Brother Shang's new master can settle them all as soon as he arrives? How can I sound a little mysterious?
Elder Marshal Brother Zhang, according to the younger Marshal Brother's words, the method of mana blessing field is feasible, but we can't place all our hopes on Yi Tian. Once we insist on him, it won't work.
We won't even have the mana to break through. It's a great battle gambling.
We can't afford to lose, nor can we afford to lose if we practice too much.
Let's try our best. We must leave some strength to break through. The middle-aged monk said painstakingly. Break through? Younger Marshal Brother Lu, put away your unrealistic fantasies. Even if we break through now, there are monsters in the sky and on the earth. Can we break through? Needless to say, do as I say.
Not only you, but also senior brothers, go to bless the field with mana together.
Now go. All our disciples take turns to pour mana into the field. Everyone come with me.
Liao Tungwen said that he flew down the city wall first, came to a stone tower under the city gate, and said to the friar who was pouring mana into the field, spare all your mana and be sure to maintain the normal operation of the defense field.
Soon our rescuers will come. The stone pagoda is equipped with the mechanism of mana blessing city protection field. This kind of stone pagoda can be seen everywhere under the Twilight Cloud City.
Because of the extreme lack of fairy jade, the way to provide power for the field can no longer simply rely on fairy jade, but adopts the way of magic infusion and fairy jade to jointly provide power, so as to deal with emergencies when fairy jade is insufficient. There are monks not only in this stone tower, but also in other stone towers. Liao Tungwen quickly shuttled between different stone pagodas with younger Marshal Brother Lu, constantly cheering up his disciples. All disciples, hold on. You don't have to collect any pills to restore mana at the critical moment. At the moment of life and death, you should keep the city protection field anyway. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. No matter how many monsters of the demon clan will be helpful when we wait for the reinforcements. Liao Tungwen shouted over a stone pagoda. Sect leader, where do our rescuers come from? As far as the disciples know, even if all the holy demon spirit domain add up, they may not be the opponents of the demon clan. A question came from the stone tower. Don't you forget that our sect joined the Maitreya Palace this time. The Maitreya Palace once defeated the Sea Demon family and captured the double-headed Jiao King at the Beichen Taoist Gate. This Maitreya Palace is our savior. You forget it so soon? Liao Tungwen had to explain patiently in order to make our disciples more confident. How can we forget this? We've packed up our things and are ready to join the Maitreya Palace, but the leader also said that there are only more than 100,000 sea demons in the Bachan Taoist Gate, but now the number of sea demons may not be millions or tens of millions. So many sea demons are comparable to 100,000 sea demons. Moreover, countless sea demons have crossed the city. Even if the leader said Maitreya when the temple comes, it will also be stopped on the way. It's not that the disciples don't believe in the leader's teaching. I think we'd better find another way. The voice in the stone tower came out again. Trust your leader. Now strictly follow my orders, and the facts will give you the answer. Liao Tungwen shouted. Then he turned away and went to another place to do ideological work for his disciples. He didn't dare to stay here too much, because what the disciple said just now was really reasonable. If he stayed here too long, he was afraid that he would be persuaded by the disciple and lose his confidence and spirit. That would be a terrible thing. Although he reassured everyone with his words, he really had no bottom in his heart. Yes, there are too many monsters. They are by no means comparable to the sea monsters attacking the Bachan Taoist Gate. Moreover, it takes at least 7 days to get here from the Bachan Taoist Gate at the speed of transforming the monks in the divine realm. Because even if the magic power of the friar in Huashan realm is strong, his magic power is limited. He must have a rest and restore his magic power. There are too few pills that can restore his magic power in the holy demon realm. Even the Taisho sect, which is famous for Dandao, has a very limited stock. Moreover, because of the relationship between the attainments of Dandao and spiritual materials, the effect has not been very ideal, let alone other sections. Even the peak friar in the Huashan realm around Tian has powerful mana, but after all, the distance between the two places is there. It is the limit of the limit to be 2 days ahead of other Huashan realm friars. It is absolutely impossible to be shorter. 2 days in advance is 5 days, and according to the current situation, he can't imagine how long this Twilight Cloud City can last. If monsters concentrate more power to attack, or some 6th-order monsters join the ranks of the attack field, it is likely that the field will be broken at the next moment. In fact, Liao Tungwen has no other way to think of. There are more than 500,000 Terrans in Twilight Cloud City. The magic weapon cave owned by Taisho's sect can only reluctantly hold its disciples. It is impossible to put everyone into the magic weapon cave to break through. What's more, almost all the ancestors of these Terrans came here because of Taisho. They also relied on Taisho to protect them. However, later, the demon clan became more and more powerful and the Terran became weaker and weaker. Taisho could not escape this curse. Day after day, the strength of Taisho could not protect these Terrans, therefore, Liao Tungwen is determined to leave the holy demon realm. Otherwise, the inheritance of Taisho will be destroyed sooner or later. When you join the Maitreya Palace, this inheritance of Dan Dao continues to exist in another form. It was said that Taisho's sect was about to leave the holy demon realm. The Terrans in Muyon City were helpless and began to prepare to leave the city and move to the Terran hinterland. It was just a big migration. How can we say to go? There were too many things to deal with. Liao Tungwen only had 3 or 4 days to return here. Liao Tungwen was not in a hurry. After all, both the mountain demon and the sea demon have just suffered heavy losses and may not have the courage to come over. However, unexpectedly, the mountain demon family is indeed brave enough. The animal tide broke out this time is larger than ever before. Master! Will you come? Where are you now? After walking around the city and inspiring the morale outside every stone tower, Liao Tungwen flew out of thin air and flew to the low altitude of Twilight Cloud City. He looked up at the monsters that wantonly attacked the field shield in all directions and looked at the shaky field shield. Liao Tungwen sighed in his heart and gave birth to despair. But he can't let anyone see. He can only be here alone. Time goes back to when Yi Tiangang left the Bachan Taoist Gate. There are 3 people on the golden eye sculpture, Yi Tian, Xianrun and Situ Juanru. The divine carving is the spiritual pet of Xianrun. Only Xianrun can control it. Yi Tian is not familiar with the terrain of the holy demon realm. Situ Juanru is a local aborigine and naturally needs this guide. After taking off in the direction directed by Situjuanru, Yi Tiankai had time to ask Old 17, how far is the Twilight Cloud City from here and how long will it take to arrive? Situjuanru looked ahead and said silently, Master, how far is it? It's hard to say that it's tens of millions of miles. At the speed of disciples, you can reach Muyun City in about 6 or 7 days. If you use the speed of the 6th level spirit carving, you should be able to arrive in 3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days? It's so far? How can it be in time? Yi Tian frowned tightly.
He felt the ferocity of the animal tide. It really took 3 or 4 days to reach Twilight Cloud City. He had to collect the corpse for the disciples of Taishio branch. Maybe he couldn't even collect the corpse. It was likely that the monster swallowed it. Shifu, what the disciple said is that Ling Diao always flies at this speed and doesn't stop for a moment.
If there is a delay in the way, it will take longer, Situjuanru continued. With your knowledge of Taishio branch, how long can they last? Asked Yi Tian.
Situjuanru thought for a moment and said, Twilight Cloud City has strong field shield protection. How long it can last depends on the attack strength of monsters.
This time is really bad. How is the defense field of Twilight Cloud City compared with that of Beichen Taoist Gate? Yi Tian continued to ask. Situjuanru shook his head and said, Master, Beichen Taoist Gate has great attainments in the field road. How can the field shield of Taishio branch be compared with that of Beichen Taoist Gate?
What Situjuanru said was originally expected by Yi Tian. But after all, there is still some hope.
Situjuanru's words completely lost his last hope. He can't expect Muyun City to hold on for much time. He has to think of a way in terms of speed and get to Muyun City as soon as possible.
To increase the speed, his own Dun Tianxua can't. Although Dun Tianxua is driven by the best fairy jade, he doesn't worry about the lack of power, but the speed is only half a step, which is far less than that of the Golden Eye Divine Eagle. Their own fierce soldiers can't fly swords, and their speed can't compare with the Golden Eye Divine Eagle.
It seems that there is only one way to go.
After a little meditation, Yi Tian has made a decision. He touched the beautiful golden hair on the back of the Golden Eye God carving and suddenly said, God carving, you have entered the 6th level for such a long time, and even reached the later stage of the 6th level.
Why didn't you turn into shape?
The Golden Eye statue rattled a few times.
It didn't take shape. Naturally, it couldn't speak.
At the moment, because he is connected with the Golden Eye God carving, Shenrun is a translator. He said to Yi Tian, Master, the Golden Eye Divine carving said that it is genetic.
I don't know why. It's extremely difficult to break through the forming hole. The Golden Eye Divine carving family rarely succeed in forming, which is also the pain that the Divine carving family can never say.
So it is.
Hearing the speech, Yi Tianyuan's heavenly eyes shone through and looked into the body of the divine carving.
A moment later, he suddenly laughed. Yi knows the reason.
It's actually the integration of blood and blood.
The congenital acupoints are knocked and blocked, resulting in most acupoints and orifices are dead orifices, which is difficult to break through with his own mana.
Gaga! The Golden Eye Eagle shouted again.
Yi Tian looked at Shenrun, who continued to translate. Master, the Golden Eye God carving asked what caused this situation.
Can there be a way to solve it? Yi Tian smiled and said, the reason is very simple. In the Lansang spirit domain, there are very few Golden Eye sculptures, right?
After a few breaths, Shenrun said, the Golden Eye God carving said, yes, there are only 5 Golden Eye God sculptures in the Lansang spirit domain.
Yi Tian nodded and said, that's right.
The blood of the Golden Eye Divine Eagle is very special. Only when it is close in blood can it give birth to offspring. Naturally, this disadvantage also occurs because of its close blood.
In the Terran, this situation is more close in marriage.
After some idea communication, Shenrun said, the Golden Eye Eagle said that he thanked the host for telling the real reason.
He also wanted to ask if there was a solution? Yi Tian smiled and said, the solution is natural.
Yi only needs to refine a customized shape pill for the Golden Eye God carving. After taking it, Yi will ensure that you can shape successfully.
Gaga, gaga.
The Golden Eye God carving seemed excited and kept shouting, and its voice rang through the sky. Master, the golden eye divine eagle said, and begged the master to help him refine the form pill.
He knew that the master must have something else to do when he mentioned it now. He said that if there was anything the master could do, he would do it as long as he could. Xianrun quickly translated. Yi Tian was very satisfied with such an interesting golden eye god carving.
He continued, yes, the golden eye divine eagle also knows that it's too late to fly to the Twilight Cloud City at its current speed to solve the lives of many human friars. Yi can teach another magic power of the golden eye divine eagle, called Tian.
The divine eagle must have seen Yi show it.
If you show this magic power, you can increase the speed of the divine eagle several times.
The golden eye eagle shouted happily again.
Xianrun said, Master, the divine eagle said that he is willing to cultivate the heavenly wings and thank the master for his great kindness. Yi Tian nodded slightly and said, however, if he wants to teach this magic power, he needs to put the brand of divine thought in the sea of divine carving spirits. After recognizing the Lord, he can teach the divine power of heaven's spirit wing without obstacles. However, the divine carving's divine thought is strong, and Yi can't recognize the Lord. Only by first letting the golden eye divine carving practice the spirit subduing skill can he realize the recognition of the Lord. Although the spirit subduing skill can reduce the longevity yuan in theory, it can be realized with Yezdan attainments to replenish the reduced longevity yuan.
Isn't Xianrun a ready-made example?
During the dialogue between the two sides, the speed of the golden eye eagle did not slow down at all. The eagle in full flight seemed to think about it for a moment and made several calls again.
Master, the golden eye divine eagle agreed to practice the spirit subduing skill. Xianrun said happily.
Well, let's start now, Xianrun, pass the spirit subduing skill to it.
Yi Tian nodded to Xianrun.
Yes, Master. Xianrun agreed, and stopped talking. Instead, he concentrated on teaching the spirit subduing skill to the golden eye divine eagle through the power of divine thoughts, and gave him a detailed answer.
Land on the ground.
When he felt that golden eye carving was very serious and did not show any perfunctory performance, he said, sat behind the carving and fell to the ground. Without the distraction of flying, the golden eye divine eagle began to seriously understand the essentials of spirit subduing. With Xianrun's repeated guidance, however, the breath on the golden eye divine eagle suddenly changed and weakened a lot in more than an hour. According to the feeling, there should be only 4 levels or so. Well, the golden eye divine carving is really extraordinary. It has been successfully cultivated so quickly. Next, Xianrun will remove the brand of divine mind.
Yi Tian said calmly.
Yes, Master. Xianrun promised respectfully and did it immediately. He knew very well in his heart that the 6th order golden eye divine carving was originally Yi Tian's, and it was time to return it to its master. The previous Yi Tian's divine mind was not strong enough. Even if the golden eye divine carving practiced the spirit subduing technique, he could not complete the task of recognizing the Lord.
In this regard, Xianrun has nothing to lose.
His 6th level spirit pet also has manatees. Manatees are also subduing other 6th level spirit beasts, and have succeeded in 4.
Soon, the mark of Xianrun's mind was erased.
Under the command of Yi Tian, the golden eye divine carving released his knowledge of the sea, and Yi Tian began to lay his mind mark. After using the spirit subduing technique, the spirit of the golden eye divine carving has only about 4 levels of intensity, which is equivalent to the golden elixir realm of the Terran friars.
This intensity of spirit is not a problem for Yi Tian. Soon, Yi Tian finished branding.
When it came to the step of recognizing the Lord, the golden eye god carving naturally spit out his own blood essence, which was collected by Yi Tian. At this time, Yi Tian already felt that he was connected with the golden eye divine carving. He could clearly feel all the thoughts of the golden eye divine carving enclose his heart.
Sure enough, what this carving wants is to be able to turn into shape.
Due to time constraints, Yi Tian no longer delays time, so he passed the divine power of Tian to the golden eye divine eagle through his divine thoughts.
This eagle is full of spirituality and is itself a bird. Cultivating Tian has inherent advantages.
After a little contact nearby for a moment, the golden eye divine eagle has mastered the essentials of the divine wing.
Among them, there are some problems in the use of magic power. Yi Tian corrected them one by one. It took less than an hour, and the divine power of the divine wing of the golden eye divine eagle finally got a glimpse of the path. Xian run. Look at the practice of golden eye divine carving. Yi Tian gestured, released the magic weapon cave, and called Xian run, your main task is to cultivate against the clock, so as to achieve the impact of Jade and Pu as soon as possible and enter the cave for cultivation. Xian run naturally had no opinion. He respectfully agreed and entered the magic weapon cave. Yi Tian collected the magic weapon from the cave and took Situ Juanru to the back of the golden eye god carving again. Divine Eagle, take off. Yi Tian passed on a divine idea. The golden eye divine eagle flapped its wings, and its wings suddenly flashed. The whole carving body suddenly disappeared from its original place, and it was thousands of miles away when it appeared again. Then again, it was thousands of miles away. As the golden eye divine carving continues to feel the use of the divine power when casting the heavenly wings, it gradually becomes more and more proficient in the application of the divine power. From a small move of thousands of miles at the beginning, it gradually lengthens the distance, and finally stabilizes to 1,200 or 300 miles. Shifu is really amazing. It's amazing to know such wonderful magic powers and that kind of spirit-subduing skill, Situ Juanru, who witnessed Yi Tian's teaching two kinds of magic powers, sincerely praised. Yi Tian smiled and said, it's just some small magical powers. It's nothing to mention. Old 17, is there anything outstanding in cultivation? The latter doesn't know why. Let's talk about it. Maybe being a teacher can solve your doubts for you. The golden eagle continuously exerts the divine power of Tian Linji. With the help of Tian Linji, its body moves away from the clouds again and again. Feeling the strong wind, Situ Juanru looked up at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, his master, male, in his 20s. The cultivation time is very short. It has reached the golden elixir realm. This speed is absolutely unprecedented. It's not good to say whether there are people coming later. But according to common sense, no one can surpass Master Yi Tian unless there are two gorgeous characters again. As Yi Tian thought, Situ Juanru's apprenticeship is not just to worship Yi Tian now, but Yi Tian many years later. There is not no utilitarian nature in it. However, Situ Juanru is more optimistic about Yi Tian in the future. He is optimistic about his unlimited road of cultivation in the future. It is his next big bet in the realm that Yi Tian can reach in the future. Situ Juanru definitely thought it was out of reach. But that's the future, not now. However, just now, Yi Tian actually said that he wanted to point out his confusion in cultivation and preach and teach for him. How can this kind of thing not surprise Situ Juanru? Yi Tian can know many kinds of supernatural powers, even many kinds of supernatural powers he has never heard of. That shows that Master has learned a lot and covered a wide range. But isn't it a bit absurd for the Master who has never entered the realm of God to instruct his disciples of the realm of God to practice and solve the confusion in practice? This situation is like giving milk to a woman who has not had a child. Is it possible? He was convinced that Yi Tian was really only in his 20s, and that his soul was 100% compatible with his body, which could never be lost by an old monster. With great doubt in his heart, he looked up at Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and nodded. If old 17 doesn't have anything to ask, don't ask. No, Master, there are disciples, but... Situ Juanru said carefully, thinking about how to wording so as not to hurt Master's enthusiasm. But what? Don't you think Master can't teach you? Do you think Master is just young and energetic and good at being a teacher? Well, since you don't say it, Master will show you. What Master said just now is not aimless, but sees some problems. Yi Tian said with a smile. Master, I do have some problems in cultivation, but as a party, I have been trying hard for decades to solve these problems. I really want to see if Master can be right, Situ Juanru said and began to look at Yi Tian quietly. Yi Tian thought, if you don't really show your skills, how can your disciples be convinced? What they like is the great tree of the future, the Maitreya Palace. For Situ Juanru's expression, he smiled and said, Old 17, do you feel that in recent years, the refining speed of mana has slowed down, and the mana in the Dantian is difficult to store, and the refined mana has been melted by the body, resulting in no progress in cultivation for so many years?
When Yi Tian said this, Situ Juanru's face changed and his expression immediately became solemn.
He quickly arched his hand and said, How can Shifu know?
This is the biggest puzzle for the disciple. Now the disciple is in the late stage of Huashan realm. If he can't reach the peak of Huashan realm, enhance his mana and prolong his life, I'm afraid he will eventually turn into a loss of lust and sit down. But the disciple can't think about it and dare not disclose this situation to others, otherwise it will be a disaster to the disciple and Tiangong sect. It's a big problem. Yi Tian nodded slightly and said, Your situation is not uncommon among friars. In the final analysis, this is the precursor of the 5 decline of heaven and man. If you can't solve this situation, you will certainly run out of longevity Yuan as you said. Heaven and man are failing in 5 ways. Situ Juanru was stunned and said solemnly, Please solve your doubts, master.
Yi Tian accidentally glanced at Situ Juanru, Old 17, you don't even know the 5 decline of heaven and man?
I don't know. It's the first time I've heard from master today, Situ Juanru said with some embarrassment. Well, master, I'll tell you what the 5 failures of heaven and man are. Yi Tian now understood why the friars in the holy demon realm didn't know about the 5 failures of heaven and man, because the level of friars here is too low, and I don't know how many thousands of years there have been no great friars in Yupu realm.
The 5 failures of heaven and man are the most vulnerable barrier for friars in Yupu territory. What happened to Situ Juanru can only be said to be the precursor of the 5 decline of heaven and man. If handled properly, it will not enter the 5 decline of heaven and man. If you let it go, you will certainly grow old and die. It seems that the life you want is exhausted. The actual essential reason is the 5 decline of heaven and man. Since Yi Tian is his own disciple, he will not hesitate to give advice. He sat cross-legged and explained in detail the relevant things about the 5 decline of heaven and man in the cold wind. Among them, he even brought some signs that might appear because of the 5 decline of heaven and man when he reached the Jade Plain. At first, Situ Juanru was still skeptical. He felt that with Master's current cultivation, he might not be able to say something useful to himself, but he couldn't help being more serious. In particular, Yi Tian pointed out his specific physical problems in detail again and asked Situ Juanru to constantly run mana verification. As a result, some of the symptoms Yi Tian said fit perfectly without any mistakes. Situ Juanru himself knows some of the symptoms, but he has never mentioned them to outsiders, but there are still some symptoms, which even Situ Juanru has not found. After Yi Tian's advice, Situ Juanru was surprised when he reacted according to Yi Tian's words. What Yi Tian said actually hit all of them. It's amazing. The more he tried Situ Juanru, the more frightened he was. At one moment, he stopped to look at Yi Tian, as if he had caught the last straw, and asked, Master, can I still save my disciples? Yi Tian laughed, Old 17, what you said is like a joke. If Yi Tian's disciples fall down because of the decline of heaven and man, wouldn't it be a big joke? I've figured out a solution since I saw you first, but I didn't mention it to you because it's not urgent. In this case, I just need to refine a pill for you, help you regulate your vitality, and all problems will be solved easily. If you don't worship me as a teacher, I naturally won't bother. There are so many monks in the world who will face the 5 failures of heaven and man. Every spiritual material for refining pills is extremely precious. I won't mind my own business. Thank you, Master. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Situ Juanru bowed down with emotion. Thank you, Master. Please refine pills for the disciples and solve the cultivation problem one day earlier when the Master is free. The disciples have entered the country one day earlier, and many have contributed to the Master and the Maitreya Palace. Yi Tian nodded slightly. I know in my heart. Is there anything else I need to ask for advice? By this time, Situ Juanru had worshipped Yi Tian as a god and man, so he chose some urgent problems to be solved in his cultivation to ask Yi Tian for advice. Whenever Situ Juanru asks questions, Yi Tian answers them in detail. They are concise and comprehensive, often to the point, which makes Situ Juanru enlightened, and the problems encountered in his previous cultivation are suddenly enlightened. The golden-eyed divine eagle shows its heavenly wings again and flies away to the twilight cloud city. Time goes by bit.
With the passage of time, Situjuanru on the carved back felt like a young man who had just entered the door of cultivation. He was asking for a teacher from his predecessors who had practiced for countless years. The solution of each problem made him feel that his understanding of cultivation was improving rapidly. The more he listens to Yi Tian's explanation of the way of cultivation, the more he feels how ignorant he was before, so that it is a very lucky thing to be able to practice in the realm of transforming God. In fact, he is the monk who has practiced for endless years, and the object he consulted is the hairy boy.
Such a huge contrast made Situjuanru feel ashamed and more shocked by Yi Tian's knowledge and erudition. Such a rare opportunity in his life made Situjuanru thirsty. After solving all the doubts in his heart, he asked for more in-depth questions in his cultivation. Yi Tian always sits with a smile and answers like a stream without a trace of stagnation. In the twilight cloud city.
Master, disciples' mana is about to run out and can't hold on any longer, a loud cry came from a stone pagoda. With his cry, Liao Tong, the head teacher of Taisho sect, fled in a flash. He looked at dozens of cross-legged disciples around the stone tower and said to the stone tower, "Come out, I'll go in." The dozens of disciples who meditated were all replaced from the stone pagoda. Up to now, they have not recovered their mana. Originally, there were many monsters attacking the defense field of Twilight Cloud City, but most of them were about level 4 or 5. Unexpectedly, more than a dozen level 6 monsters joined them and organized more monsters to attack the field. In this case, the defense field of Muyun City immediately became dangerous. Liao Tongwen had to urge the disciples in the stone tower to use the secret method to stimulate mana in order to maintain the operation of the defense field.
This secret method is to turn the long flow of mana into pouring. Mana can be greatly improved in a short time, and the strength increases. However, the disadvantage is that after the secret method fails, mana will be exhausted, and the monks who use the secret method will become extremely weak, and it is difficult to recover mana in a short time. Up to now, although it is only half a day to stick to the Twilight Cloud City, almost all the monks who can play a role in the city have entered the White Tower. The oil in the Twilight Cloud City has run out and the lights are dry, and no one can use it. Elder Martial Brother, you can't go in. You can't keep it. You'd better break through with your disciples. It's only half a day, less than a day. Even if you say that Shifu has the strength to turn the tide, we can't hold on for a few hours if we don't have time to get here. The disciples inside the stone tower came out. When Liao Tongwen wanted to go into the blessing defense field in person, Friar Lu flew from a distance and said anxiously. In the sky, countless monsters are rapidly attacking the field shield. The transparent field shield has been seriously deformed because of insufficient power. It seems that it will break in the next moment. Seeing such a situation, Liao Tongwen was even more anxious. He just heard what younger martial brother Lu said. He resolutely shook his head. There is no other way to go. There must be too many monsters to break through. Stick to it. The only thing you can do now is stick to it. Even if one more hour is 1 hour, maybe a miracle will happen. Elder martial brother, in that case, let me in. Friar Lu sighed helplessly when he saw that elder martial brother Zhang Jiao was so stubborn, and moved into the White Tower. Liao Tongwen didn't say anything more. He left here quickly and continued to patrol around the city. With the passage of time, the situation in Twilight Cloud City has become more and more serious. In some stone towers, there are no friars who can bless the field. Even some friars and longmen have entered it. However, such mana strength is of no help and cannot bless the defense field. Teach me. Next to a stone pagoda, several disciples of Taisho sect shouted to Liao Tongwen. These people had exhausted their mana and could not recover for a while. At this time, their faces were full of despair. Liao Tongwen looked at these disciples, then looked at the crumbling field shield, gestured, and released a magic weapon cave. Once you enter the magic weapon cave, once the city is broken, you will break through. As soon as he said this, Liao Tongwen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. After counting his breath, his face showed an expression of ecstasy. He flew away in the air and shouted, "Listen to all the disciples in the city. My master has arrived. Now we are safe. Where is it? Where is it?
On the ground, someone looked along Liao Tongwen's eyes. In his sight, he only saw countless monsters and birds, and did not see the shadow of any human friar at all.
It's coming soon.
We're all saved.
I didn't expect Master to come so quickly. He didn't come in a day.
Liao Tongwen shouted excitedly, and then pointed to the distance with his hand. You see, Master has appeared in the field of vision. There are 2 human friars on the giant carving, one of whom is my master and the other is Situ Jun, the leader of Tiangong sect, a Confucian and Taoist friend. At this time, Liao Tongwen did not know what happened after he left. He knew nothing about Situ Juanru's worship of Yi Tian and even the formation of the Town Demon Alliance, because it was too far from Beichen Taoist Gate. Just 2 people. Some people did see the figure on the big carving, but this number was like pouring a basin of cold water. They were shocked and cold.
What could they do in the face of countless monsters?
As long as monsters entangle them for a moment, the other monsters will be enough to break the field shield in a short time. Just as the sound was about to exit, a streamer suddenly fell from the sky and went straight through the field shield into the city.
No, the field is broken.
Someone howled in frustration and streamer came in, which means that there has been a gap in the field. However, the next moment, the streamer turned into a big bird and stopped in front of Liao Tongwen.
Master! Liao Tongwen almost wept with joy.
Such a big man actually shed tears. Master has finally come. Yi Tian nodded slightly, looked at Liao Tongwen and said, it shouldn't be too late.
Your moat field is too weak. Change into the best fairy jade immediately.
As he spoke, Yi Tian gestured, and nearly 10,000 pieces of the best fairy jade appeared on the ground. Quickly, replace the ordinary fairy jade and replace it immediately. Liao Tongwen was shocked when he saw such a large number of top-grade fairy jade. The defense fields of Muyun City use ordinary dragon fairy jade to provide power.
It's reasonable that the defense power is not enough. If there are so many top-grade fairy jade, it's even 10 days and a half months.
Master, to replace Xianyu, someone needs to bless the field, otherwise the field will collapse instantly and all the monks in the city will run out of mana. After giving the order, Liao Tongwen suddenly thought of this problem and said in a hurry. Old 17, the disciple of Tiangong branch is responsible for blessing the field and speed. Yi Tian heard the speech and said to Situ Juanru nearby.
Situ Juanru did not dare to neglect, but made continuous gestures. Magic weapons appeared in caves out of thin air. Many friars of Huashan realm and many friars of Yuanying realm took the lead to come out of them.
The appearance of these people made a burst of cheers burst out in Twilight Cloud City.
There are a lot of people from the cave. That's what reinforcements look like.
In this case, Yi Tian smiled and his thought moved.
The golden eye eagle flew out of thin air. A halo enveloped the eagle, and his wings vibrated.
He went straight through the field shield and flew into the air.
Look, this is my master. The field shield is nothing to him.
Don't be silly, replace the best fairy jade.
Liao Tongwen said.
Seeing that many disciples were also silly, he hurried to shout. The people moved one after another and the scene became lively.
Liao Tongwen's eyes looked nervously into the air.
After arranging the defense of Twilight Cloud City, Yi Tian had no worries. He came out of the transparent field shield. Yi Tian's feet flew up from the eagle's back. Almost at the same time, the 5 element beads were included in Sumi's ring, while Shan Hangin shot in an instant. Once the wings of the golden eye eagle vibrated, it disappeared from the original place in an instant, and separated from the influence range of the gravity field before the mountain and river seal was enlarged. Almost at the same time when the mountain and river seal was enlarged, more than 1,300 martial spirit puppets had appeared and killed those monsters attacking the field passport.
Mountains and rivers are unparalleled.
Those monsters immediately lost their ability to move and were defeated by more than 1,000 martial spirit puppets in the later stage of Yuanying territory. Shanhian hardly stayed in the air and flew forward without delay under the control of Yi Tian. This speed is the speed at which Wulin puppets kill monsters. Where mountains and rivers pass, countless monsters are killed and their corpses fall one after another. More than 10 miles away, a shaped monster saw such a situation and shouted, "Come on, step up to break through the field, but how can we not fall short?"
With the order of this transformed monster, many monsters there began to hit more violently. At a distance of 10 miles, Tian naturally heard it clearly. The whole defense field is integrated. He glanced at the field shield slightly and saw that the deformation range of the field shield at this time is less than that when he arrived. Obviously, the friars in the city are changing the best fairy jade, and the disciples of the Tiangong branch also give the field shield mana blessing. With the passage of time, the field will be more stable without worrying about the field shield being broken. With a cold hum, he urged the mountain and river seals to fly to the gathering place of demons, and the demons along the way were killed by the following Wuhuan puppets without exception. Just for a moment, a large area had been cleared over Twilight Cloud City. The power of mountains and rivers makes monsters terrified. At the place indicated by the seal, countless monsters all fled everywhere, but driven by some transformed monsters, many monsters still went to other places to continue attacking the city protection field. Tian doesn't care about this. Seeing that the city protection field is more and more stable, the monster's attack is a waste of energy. What kind of monsters are holding the herd back? He can kill those monsters wantonly. Boom. 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 The martial spirit puppets, like the gods of death, are ruthlessly harvesting the lives of demons and beasts. Within the gravity field of Mountain River Seal, these martial spirit puppets are absolute kings. Every time the light flashes and the magic weapon of half-immortal soldiers is released, a lot of monsters will fall. High above the sky, countless incomplete animal corpses flew around, and fell on the transparent field shield together with the bright red blood rain, dyeing the field shield red. This is terrible. In the field shield, the friars of Twilight Cloud City looked up at the scene in the sky. Their sight was gradually covered by the red on the shield. They could only sense that there was a continuous rain of blood, and the remains of countless monsters fell and hit the shield, proving that the slaughter of monsters continued. How's it going? I'm right. When my master comes, the danger of Muyun City will be relieved immediately. Don't I boast? Liao Tungwen pointed to the blood on the shield and straightened his waist. I can't imagine that the master in charge of the teaching is so good. What magic weapon is that? I'm afraid I've seen it in my life. No, I've never heard of such a powerful magic weapon. Master, isn't your master at Beichen Taoist Gate? How could he be so fast? Did he leave long ago? Nearby, a disciple of Taishio kept talking. No, Shifu started from Beichen Taoist Gate after receiving a summons from his senior brother. I followed Shifu there and came here all the way. Liao Tungwen didn't speak yet, but Situ Juanru next to him said. Master Situ, do you mean that you also worship under the master's door? Liao Tungwen asked in amazement, just now master called you old 17, and you are the master's 17th disciple? Yes, senior brother 16, unexpectedly, we have become the same school. Not only we, but also Taoist He Daiyuan of Jinwu School, joined Shifu, but he can't. He started late and ranked 18th, Situ Juanru laughed and said. His words made many disciples of Taishio sect in an uproar. They couldn't help looking up at the sky. Although the red blood covered the field shield, they still looked at it, as if they could see Tian through the shield. Both the leader of Tiangong sect and the leader of Jinwu sect are famous figures in the holy demon realm. Even if they haven't seen them, they are senior strong men familiar to all monks and leaders of their respective sections. These two, together with the leader of their Taishio sect, worship under the door of the young man, which is absolutely sensational. Imagine that such a person is absolutely the first person in the holy demon realm. In addition, the Maitreya palace controlled by Tian is so powerful that which sect can compete? These people were in the midst of ups and downs, but they heard Situ Juanru continue, Senior brother 16, you left earlier at Beichen Taoist Gate. Maybe you didn't know. Later, at the invitation of He Daiyuan, Master agreed to organize an alliance against the demon clan. A total of 84 sects joined the alliance. Jinwu sect joined the Miro Palace as a whole and changed its name to Jinwu branch of the Miro Palace. He Daiyuan was appointed by Master as the special envoy of the alliance leader to preside over the affairs of the alliance. Name of the alliance: locate the town demon alliance. This holy demon spirit domain has also been renamed Tianbao spirit domain. Everything is particularly exciting. Ah, there are such things.
Liao Tungwen was stunned when he heard the speech. It was the first time he heard that everything was enough to change the holy demon spirit domain. No, it was a major event in the pattern of Tianbao spirit domain. Elder Martial Brother, you should know that you can stay in the holy demon realm after joining the Maitreya Palace. Let's explain to Shifu earlier that if you stay here, you don't have to travel long distances and leave the Taoist gate. At this time, Friar Lu on one side said with regret.
Stay in the holy spirit realm?
Situ Juanru glanced at the friar surnamed Lu with disdain and said, Lu Bingkuan, you are so short-sighted.
You really don't know where the fragrance is and where the stink is? Do you think it's good for Jinwu branch to stay in Tianbao spiritual region and preside over the alliance affairs with power in hand and don't have to leave home?
Master Situ, why do you say that? Situ Juanru, who was a high-ranking and dignified leader, usually knew Lu Bingkuan.
Even if he spoke with some dignity, it was normal.
Therefore, Lu Bingkuan was despised by Lu once, but he didn't care, but asked with a little doubt.
Situ Juanru heard the speech, and his momentum broke out suddenly, which was very powerful. Master Situ. You?
At this time, Liao Tungwen sensed the strong breath of Situ Juanru, forgot the current relationship between them, and still used the previous title. Senior Brother 16, you should follow Shifu in order to learn the attainments of Dan Dao.
I follow Shifu in order to pursue a higher level of cultivation.
You see, on the way here, Shifu gave me some advice and refined a pill on my carving back. As a result, in less than a day, I entered the peak of Huashan realm from the later stage of Huashan realm. This is how many years I have been in the past. You don't dare to dream about the powerful realm.
You know, I haven't been an inch for decades. And all this is just given by Master in half a day. Lu Bingkuan, think about it again. Would you like to stay in Tianbao's spiritual realm or stay with Master? Situ Juanru said proudly with infinite admiration for Yi Tian. In half a day?
In half a day, he broke through a small realm and reached the peak of the realm of God. Sensing the breath of Situ Juanru, Liao Tungwen instantly petrified and couldn't say a word anymore. It's almost like a god to turn corruption into a magic power. Ha, of course, Master also said that over time, I will be guaranteed to enter the Jade Realm. If I am willing to practice hard and break through the Jade Realm, it is also possible to enter the Heavenly Palace. Situ Juanru smiled happily.
Is the legend of Yupu realm true? And there is a heavenly palace realm on it? Liao Tungwen asked in amazement.
Of course, it must be true that Shifu said so.
One of Shifu's sworn brothers is Denung in the heavenly palace. Shifu said that Yupu territory is called Demunk, but entering the heavenly palace, it should not be called Denung. Maybe you don't know who Shifu's master is?
I tell you now, Shifu's master is the Flint Emperor, which is the legendary one of Flint Emperor, Situ Juanru continued.
Ah! Liao Tungwen was shocked by such a shocking news again and couldn't speak. He just thought about Situ Juanru's words again and again in his mind. At this time, he felt that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well, and isn't the origin of the young master too big? At this time, looking at Liao Tongwen's expression, Situ Juanru smiled again. Maybe Senior Brother 16 would say in his heart that what happened to Ancestor Sui was only what Master said, not necessarily true. But I have to tell you one thing.
I saw it with my own eyes, and there is no adulteration.
After you hear it, you will know how broad Master's magic power is. What's the matter? Master Situ.
Oh. No, please tell me, younger Martial Brother 17.
I'm all ears.
Liao Tungwen recovered from the deep shock and bowed his hand to Situ Juanru.
Situ Juanru looked up at the sky and said, Senior Brother 16, did you notice the big bird when Shifu came?
Liao Tungwen said with a smile, I'm not blind. Why can't I see such a bird?
It should be a heterogeneous demon carving. It must be the Master's pet? Situ Juanru smiled and shook his head. Senior Brother 16, I said you only noticed that the big bird was a carving, but you didn't pay attention to other things, such as the realm of the big bird?
At that time, the situation was urgent and I was anxious. I was too excited and the scene was chaotic when I saw Master coming. I really didn't pay too much attention at that time.
I want to think about it.
It should be a 6-step demon bird without shape, which can be recalled from the smell.
Does the 17th younger Marshall brother mean that the speed of this carving was so fast that it flew from the Bachan Road gate in most of the day? Here we are? Liao Tungwen explained with a smile. He suddenly thought of the whole question and asked in amazement.
Even if the carving is a 6-level monster, much faster than the human friar, it is impossible to fly here from the Bachan Road gate, which took only half a day. You know, if you are a friar in the realm of transforming gods and dividing yourself by the realm of monsters, you are also a 6th-order friar. It takes 7 days to fly from Bachan Road Gate to Twilight Cloud City. There is a big gap between the speed of monks and demon birds, but no matter how big the gap is, it will never be so big.
It's too outrageous. Situ Juanru stared at Liao Tungwen. He could think that Liao Tungwen would look like this.
He said with a smile, in fact, that's the case. It took the Golden Eye Eagle most of the time to fly from the Bachan Road Gate to your Twilight Cloud City.
But I want to explain another thing.
The reason why the Golden Eye Eagle has such a terrible speed is that Master gave it a magic power called Tian Linji, so it flew here most of the time.
Do you say it's terrible or not? Is there such a wonderful magic power in the world? Hearing the speech, Liao Tungwen was stunned again and asked, will Master pass on this magic power to us?
Ha ha ha. Situ Juanru laughed at the speech. Senior brother 16, if you had wings, Shifu would surely pass them on to you.
I once asked Shifu that.
Shifu said that.
Unfortunately, we are not birds and can't practice this kind of magic power directly.
Unless we can connect to the spirit wing, it's a pity that this kind of magic power has high requirements for the spirit wing and can't be obtained for a while.
What I want to say is, Senior Brother 16, don't you think it's strange that you can subdue 6-level monsters as a spiritual pet with Master's cultivation?
Yes,
why didn't I think of this problem? Liao Tungwen slapped his thigh and asked, the fact is true.
A friar in the Golden Elixir realm can't establish a contractual relationship with a powerful 6th-order monster, even an ordinary friar in the Yuanying realm. Unless the supreme friar of Yuanying territory, whose mind is extremely powerful, there may be a glimmer of possibility.
Obviously, Yi Tian can't meet such conditions.
So, this is the strength of Shifu.
It seems that there is no problem that can hinder Shifu.
Shifu established a contractual relationship with him and accepted him as a spiritual pet in order to pass on the Golden Eye Divine Eagle's heavenly spirit wing magic power. However, in order to establish a contractual relationship, Shifu passed on a spirit-subduing skill to the Golden Eye Divine Eagle, which can reduce the realm of the Golden Eye Divine Eagle, and then make the brand of divine thoughts.
Situ Juanru talked freely. His conversation with Liao Tungwen attracted many Taisho disciples.
While listening, these disciples looked up to the sky from time to time, as if they wanted to see this magical young monk. After a few short conversations, Yi Tian was quickly deified in the hearts of the people, and they listened to their worship. At one moment, a monk who looked up at the sky again suddenly shouted, Master, you see, there are no monsters.
No more? Liao Tungwen hurriedly looked up into the air.
Just now he was only talking to Situ Juanru and stayed for a moment from time to time, but he ignored the war outside. When he wanted to come, as long as the master arrived, he would certainly take care of the monsters.
At least the master would be fine.
However, when he looked at it, he felt that the sky had calmed down. Through the bloody gap, he did not see a monster. Even Yi Tian's shadow was not seen. Liao Tong's tattoo flew to the lower part of the defense shield, found a good perspective and looked around for a moment.
Sure enough, as seen before, all the monsters around had disappeared. Pass my order and close the moat.
Liao Tungwen shouted excitedly. Dozens of breaths later, with a bang, the defense shield that protected hundreds of thousands of people in Muyun City and made great achievements made a loud sound and disappeared out of thin air. The broken limbs and bodies of countless monsters on the original shield, as well as a large amount of blood, poured down into the city with the disappearance of the field shield, as if there was a blood rain in the whole Twilight Cloud City, and the ground and buildings immediately turned red. It was mixed with the remains of countless monsters, which fell one after another into the city. Many inevitably fell on some friars, because the remains of these monsters were too dense.
Demon Dan, this is Demon Dan.
A disciple of Taishio's sect reached out and fished in the air. He fished a falling object into his hand. When he looked at it, he shouted in surprise.
Demon elixir is very useful, especially for Taishio.
It can replace some spiritual materials to refine elixir. This demon pill seems to have fallen from the body of the fifth order monster, which is more precious.
Rhinoceros horn.
I picked up the rhinoceros horn. A disciple of Tiangong's sect who came out of the stone tower was surprised, and then looked away.
You frogs at the bottom of the well, there must be many more monsters outside the city. Liao Tungwen looked at the magnificent scene in all directions from high above.
He despised the monks. At first glance, he suddenly thought of something and shouted again, all disciples of Taishio's sect should immediately go out of the city to clean up the battlefield.
All kinds of monsters should be classified and counted. The demon pill should be stored separately.
Other monster materials should also be kept in an account and should not be hidden. If found, they should be disposed of according to the religious rules. These monster materials are obtained by the bloody struggle of the disciples of the Maitreya Palace led by Lord Yi, and should be handed over to the sect. When the Taishio disciples in the city heard Liao Tongwen's voice, they promised one after another and took action. At this time, Situ Juanru also flew high above the sky. Naturally, he could not see Yi Tian's figure in his sight, nor could he see the original surging monster, but he released his mind and soon found the trace of Yi Tian. In this moment, Yi Tian has reached 3,000 or 4,000 miles away, and the direction is the Terran area. The monsters there are being killed by more than 1,000 martial spirit puppets of Yi Tian. Wherever Shanhian goes, the bodies of monsters fall in pieces.
No monster dares to attack the direction where Shanhian is located. Including those sixth-order monsters that can turn into shapes. What a relief! Situ Juanru stroked his white beard and burst out a rude remark.
This massacre was far more shocking than the Qingshi Square at Beichen Road Gate, because on the Qingshi Square, Yi Tian wanted to protect the safety of the monks of all sects in the square, and could not drive Shanhian to pursue and kill wantonly as today. The more monsters, the more spectacular the slaughter. Wherever Yi Tian went, the monsters were terrified and ran away without fighting. At this time, in his sight, the monsters around Yi Tian had fled, and he suddenly released a magic weapon cave. Many martial spirit puppets entered the magic weapon cave at a very fast speed. Then the magic weapon cave narrowed rapidly and was held by Yi Tian. In the sky, a dark shadow flashed. At the next moment, the sixth-order golden eye divine carving had arrived in front of Yi Tian. Yi Tian stepped on the back of the golden eye divine carving. The eagle's wings vibrated and disappeared from Situ Juanru's sight. Situ Juanru quickly released his mind and continued to look for it, but was shocked to find that the divine carving had lost its trace, while Yi Tian was in another direction 5,000 or 6,000 miles away. He had released mountain and river seals to drive the martial spirit puppet to continue to slaughter ferocious monsters. This place is far more densely populated with monsters than other areas. If Master had come to the Holy Spirit realm a few years earlier, why would the human race in the Holy Spirit realm be like this? Situ Juanru couldn't help sighing.
In fact, he didn't know that Yi Tian was still studying Chinese at Nanhai University on Earth a few years ago. He was just a small noodle fish. Seeing the war situation on Yi Tian's side, I don't need to help myself at all. It's also a burden to go by myself. In short, he also commanded the disciples of Tiangong's sect to clean the battlefield, and directly sorted out the materials that can refine pills and tools, and stored them according to different levels. At this time, scattered monks and other monks in Twilight Cloud City also went out of the city to help. There were figures cleaning the battlefield everywhere, as well as noisy laughter and conversation. If you listen carefully everywhere, you can hear that there are only a few topics that those people talk about. One is the number of booty of the great victory, and the other is Yi Tian and his Maitreya Palace. One day, Yi Tian and the name of the Maitreya Palace became popular again in the city at the junction of the Terran and the Demon Clan. The number of monster corpses is far beyond people's imagination. The closer the Twilight Cloud City is to the city wall, the denser the monster is. It is not until it extends 400 or 500 miles outward that it is slightly sparse.
But in a certain area, the corpses of monsters are more dense, and then the situation is similar to that around Twilight Cloud City.
Washingjing let go of his mind.
As long as you carefully explore it, you can always find the place where Yi Tian once focused on killing monsters. See that there have been no monsters in those areas for a long time.
Liao Tongwen and Situ Juanru organized some high-level friars separately to stay away from Muyun City to clean up the battlefield.
At this time, within the scope of their mind, the number of demons and beasts that can be detected is extremely limited. They all flee to the demon clan area in a hurry. Whenever they encounter a human monk cleaning the battlefield, they all bypass it thousands of miles away and dare not appear with the human monk.
However, up to now, no one knows where Yi Tian has gone. Yi Tian, the leader of the Mithraea Palace, disappeared from everyone's mind-sensing range.
Not only did he disappear, but also the Sixth Order Golden Eye God carving disappeared. Together with him, there were more than 1,000 martial soul puppets. This time, it took a full day to clean up the battlefield, and then all the monster materials were cleaned and stored in different Zumaji. Up to now, no one knows how many monsters died in this massacre, because the number is too large to be liquidated. Liao Tongwen and Situ Juanru, based on their past experience, roughly estimated that at least 10 million monsters died in Yi Tian's hands in this world war.
Moreover, this is still incomplete statistics.
Because up to now, a day has passed and he is still missing.
I don't know where the monster chased. I don't know how many monsters Yi Tian killed and where the body is. Senior Brother 16, Shifu is destined to be an immortal legend in the Tianbao spirit realm. For countless years, who can fight against the demon clan?
In all the confrontations, the Terrans have suffered great losses, their territory has been continuously compressed and their strength has been continuously weakened.
They have never won a decent victory.
However, when Shifu came to the Tianbao spirit realm, he killed the Tiger King in the First War and captured the Jiao King in the Second World War. Today is the third chop, with the power of the Mithraea Palace, he killed more than 10 million monsters. It can be said that 3 wars determine the heaven and earth.
No one has ever come before, and no one will come later. He is definitely the first person in the Tianbao spiritual domain. Above the Twilight Cloud City, Liao Tongwen and Situ Juanru led the senior leaders of Taisho sect and Tiangong sect.
They have been waiting for Yi Tianhao for some time. As they didn't know when Yi Tian would come back, they talked while waiting. At this time, Situ Juanru said with some emotion. Shifu was destined to be a legend everywhere.
The 17th younger martial brother didn't know.
Some time ago, he went to look for spiritual materials near the Jiujie Sea area and suddenly saw traces of Dan clouds on the sea area thousands of miles away. Maybe the 17th younger martial brother didn't know that the Dan robbery phenomenon would occur only when the Dan medicine with a grade above grade 8 was born. Unfortunately, the Dan robbery was already disappearing when I went there. I didn't see any alchemists in the. Based on my understanding of the alchemy of the human race, I had guessed at that time that the alchemy should not be made by people in the holy demon realm. Liao Tongwen said with a retrospective expression, since that day, I have been looking for monks from the outer spiritual realm until I saw Master at the Beichen Taoist gate. I was sure he was not a monk in the holy demon realm.
Later, when I asked, it was true.
Master was not only proficient in cultivation, but also reached the level of cultivation in the golden elixir realm at a young age.
I couldn't catch up with me in the attainments of the elixir.
However, I haven't received the guidance of the elixir from Master yet. Under the guidance of Shifu, the 17th younger martial brother has reached the peak of the realm of transforming God.
It's really more than people. It's so angry.
Ha ha ha, this is the way to get the moon first.
Who let me stay with Shifu?
However, since I stay with Shifu, I will certainly have the opportunity to get Shifu's advice. It's funny that some people still think it's lucky to join the Mithraea Palace and stay in the Tianbao spiritual region.
It's really short-sighted, as he said. Situ Juanru looked at Lu Bingkuan, a Buddhist monk.
Younger martial brother Lu had such an idea because he didn't know much about the master.
Now he knew he was wrong.
Liao Tongwen hurried to make an end for Lu Bingkuan, but his eyes looked at Lu Bingkuan. Although Lu Bingkuan said that sentence casually, the impact of this sentence is extraordinary. With such an idea, it may affect more Taisho disciples, because they will feel that it may not be the best choice to follow the Maitreya Palace to leave the Tianbao field. This indomitable momentum will be greatly reduced. If it is more serious, some people will miss the Tianbao spiritual field. There is a gap with the Maitreya Palace, because the Maitreya Palace can leave Taisho in the Tianbao spiritual realm, but it has to leave with the whole sect, but it has given Jinwu Gate this good opportunity.
This is what Situ Juanru doesn't want to see, and what Liao Tongwen doesn't want to see.
After all, Liao Tongwen took the initiative to follow Yi Tian to leave Tianbao Lingyu, and he really wants to learn Dandao from Yi Tian. Lu Bingquan sensed the elder martial brother's eyes and immediately understood them.
He immediately smiled and said, "Lu is short-sighted.
Now it seems that it's a blessing for our generation to follow Lord Yi.
Look, Master is back."
While chatting, Situ Juanru suddenly whispered and pointed to the monster area. After a few breaths, I saw a dark shadow flash in the sky, and the next moment it had come to the people. The shadow is the 6th level golden eye divine carving. On the back of the carving, a young man in black stands steadily, his long hair flies with the wind, his eyes are firm and his look is indifferent.
It is Yi Tian. Master. Master.
See the palace leader. Situ Juanru, Liao Tongwen, Igan Taishio, and Tiangong disciples came forward to the ceremony. Good, you've all cleaned the battlefield.
You've done a good job. Yi Tian smiled and nodded.
Master, all the corpses of monsters that we can see have been cleaned up.
Demon pills and monster materials are stored separately. Because the quantity is too large, it takes up a lot of Zumaji.
But we can't clean up the monsters that Master killed later, because we can't find where Master is going, Situ Juanru said. Yi Tian Dao, the demon pill materials are under the management of the old 16, and the other materials of the monster are under the management of your old 17. As for the bodies of the other monsters, in the later stage, I chased the demon clan, went deep into the demon clan area and killed more than 100,000 miles. All the monsters killed have been cleaned up by the disciples of the Maitreya Palace. Generally speaking, there are more monsters captured alive. This time the demon clan was defeated, and all the remaining monsters have been returned. The mountain demon's vitality is greatly damaged when he leaves their area. He should not worry about it in the future. He can also be regarded as a teacher to do something for the Terrans here before leaving the Tianbao spirit domain.
Chase and kill 100,000 li.
When Yi Tian said this, everyone looked at each other. For many years, the demon clan has been chasing the human race, and the human race has chased the demon clan for hundreds of thousands of miles. Such a situation has never happened.
Shifu is mighty.
Situ Juanru and Liao Tongwen looked at each other. They were shocked or shocked. They hugged Yi Tian and said at the same time, Shifu must be very tired of chasing the demon family for 100,000 li. Please go to the Taisho branch to have a rest.
Yi Tian waved his hand to stop the two people from flattering. Liao Tongwen forced some embarrassment. You don't need to rest.
When you have time now, old 16, gather all the disciples of the Taisho branch to teach you the way of alchemy.
Yi Tian waved his hand again and said, Yes, Master, I'll call the disciples right away. I don't know where to teach them.
Liao Tongwen was excited when he heard that the Master was returning and was about to teach Dan Dao. Yi Tianchao pointed to an open space outside the Twilight Cloud City. Just there, assemble in half an hour.
Yes. Liao Tongwen promised, took the disciples of the Taisho branch and left, and summoned his fellow disciples to go.
Old 17, when Liao Tongwen left, Yi Tian looked at Situ Juanru again.
Here are the disciples. Situ Juanru bowed and saluted.
Yi Tian's eyes fell on Situ Juanru's face and asked, Tiangong sect is famous for refining utensils.
It is the first door for refining utensils in Tianbao Lingyu, isn't it?
Master, although the first weapon refining sect is respected by all of you, the disciples are still very confident in the weapon refining sect of Tiangong sect. If you have anything to do, please tell me, Situ Juanru said very modestly, but his words were a little proud.
Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction and said, Give the Tiangong division 5 tasks.
I'm all ears, Situ Juanru said with a solemn look after Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian Dao said, The first task is to improve the Green Cloud Shuttle, and at least catch up with this Dun Tian shuttle. As he spoke, Yi Tian gestured, and Dun Tianxua, the size of his fist, appeared in his palm and handed it to Situjuanru. Situjuanru took Dun Tianxua, looked carefully and said, Shifu, to tell you the truth, the disciples are also very dissatisfied with the speed of Qingyun shuttle. They have also tried to refine flying magic weapons with faster speed and better defense performance. Just to surpass Qingyun shuttle, ordinary fairy jade can no longer meet the power requirements and needs to be driven by the best fairy jade.
However, the best fairy jade in Tianbao's spirit domain is extremely rare and can't be popularized. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, the best fairy jade is not your consideration. There are also refining materials. I have some here. Take it. You can use whatever you need. Use it. The quantity here should be enough.
At this point, Yi Tian gestured and 6 Shumi rings appeared in his hand. It's all in here. Situjuanru was just about to pick it up when he suddenly found that there were 6 Shumi rings.
He couldn't help hesitating.
You know that the space of a Shumi ring is very spacious and the materials that can be stored are absolutely massive. But Master took out 6 Shumi rings at once. The materials inside are definitely not as simple as what Master said should be enough. Yes, all the 6 Shumi rings are made of refining materials. Take them. As the teacher said, there are 5 tasks that need a lot of materials.
Look at the materials one by one, and then talk about the tasks later. Yi Tian nodded slightly.
Yes, Master. Situjuanru, hearing Yi Tian's words, forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, took the 6 Shumi rings, began to brand his thoughts one by one, and began to check them. When the mind reached into the first Zumaji, his eyes could not help but coagulate. He looked up at Yi Tian, and then continued to check the resources inside. For a long time, he slowly pulled away from the mind, exhaled a long breath, and his chest couldn't stop rising and falling.
Obviously, this expression was a little too excited.
Master, there are too many natural materials and earth treasures in it.
It's too precious.
Yi Tian smiled and said, there are 5 more, keep looking.
Situjuanru nodded heavily and continued to look at the second.
The third until the other 5 Zumaji finished reading. Situjuanru was no longer the calm old man, but a hairy young man who seemed to be getting married tomorrow. He was dancing and looked very impolite. He resisted the impulse to roar, so easily calmed his breathing and said to Yi Tian, Master, where did you get so many natural and earth treasures? There are some materials that disciples don't recognize, but they definitely look like rare treasures. Just those materials that disciples know can be called priceless treasures.
With these things, disciples can refine everything Master wants. Well, I want you to be a teacher.
Some of these materials are accumulated before I am a teacher, and the other is obtained from the king's treasure house of the demon family.
Yi Tian said with satisfaction. Demon clan king court? Hearing these 4 words, Situjuanru was surprised. Master, have you gone to the demon family king's court? Yi Tian laughed and said, of course, I've just come back. How could it take so much time to chase and kill the demon family for 100,000 li?
After chasing and killing the demon beast for the master, I went to the demon family king's court, killed the tiger king family and took the treasure house of the king's court. These materials are only 30% of what the master hid. Therefore, don't worry about the problem of materials. If you need any more materials, just say to ensure the quantity enough. Master, please take my knee. I really admire Situjuanru. How could I have such a powerful master, who chased and killed monsters for 100,000 li in one day, killed the Tiger King family and took the treasure house of the demon family? It's very gratifying. Master, you did 3 things that we human friars in Tianbao's spirit domain didn't even think about in one day. I don't know what language should be used to describe the worship of Master. Situjuanru, an old man, was shocked and his words became a little incoherent. Well, it's just a little thing. There's no need to do this. Yi Tian waved his hand casually. But, Master, how do you know where the Tiger King family is and how do you find the treasure house of the demon family? We natives in the Tianbao spirit domain only know a little information. If we were to find their treasure house, the disciples would not be able to find it in a year, Situjuanru asked suspiciously.
Yi Tian said with a smile, "Old 17, if I don't tell you clearly, I'm afraid you can't concentrate on the refining device? This may happen. Please tell the disciples that teaching is not divided into fields. It can be regarded as the master to increase the disciples' knowledge." Situ Juanru gently lowered his head and said, "Well, as a teacher, you can solve your doubts. Because the mountain demon family has our people, and the Tiger King has been subordinated to the mountain demon, the news about the mountain demon family has been completely transparent to the teacher. I can't help it. Even the sea demon family has also been subordinated to the sea demon family, and the situation of the sea demon family is as clear as the back of my hand. Wait for this, I'll be a teacher. The demon will also go to the dragon palace of the sea demon family, where there is also a lot of wealth." Yi Tian said with a smile. "Ah. Shifu, the demons can't easily recognize the Lord, especially the demons around the Tiger King. How can they easily betray the Tiger King family? What means did Shifu use?" Situ Juanru asked curiously. "You don't have to know. Master naturally has master's means. Next, I'll talk about the second task." Yi Tian waved and cut off Situ Juanru's words. He didn't want to reveal too much. The second task is to imitate these martial spirit puppets as quickly as possible. As he spoke, Yi Tian gestured, and a Wuhuan puppet in the later stage of Yuanying territory appeared beside him out of thin air. Then Yi Tian quickly erased the mental imprint on the Wuhuan puppet. Situ Juanru recognized the martial spirit puppet as the master, then felt it carefully, looked up and down the martial spirit puppet, and then a mana hit the mechanism on the puppet's back, and the seemingly smooth backup slapped open a small door. Situ Juanru's mind penetrated into it and observed it carefully. Yi Tian was very satisfied and nodded. From these details, it can be seen that Situ Juanru had already been extraordinary in refining utensils, but he could find the mechanism in a few eyes. It's really not simple. Master, imitating this kind of martial spirit puppet needs a strong animal soul. A moment later, Situ Juanru withdrew his mind and said. Yi Tian touched his Zumaji and said, "As a teacher, I chased and killed the demon beast for 100,000 Li this time and hit the demon family king's court. A strong animal soul is definitely not a problem." Situ Juanru was delighted at the speech and said, "Since the animal soul is not a problem, the best fairy jade is not a problem, the material for refining the body of the martial soul puppet is not a problem, and the rune pattern of the puppet is also not a problem. The disciple is absolutely sure that he can make a puppet stronger than this martial soul puppet. Well, as a teacher, I really don't see the wrong person." Yi Tian nodded impressively, but he turned his words and said, "There are two requirements for being a teacher. First, try every means to make this kind of martial soul puppet more energy-saving. Second, it's best to be equipped with 2 sets of drive systems, and at least install 4 top-grade fairy jade to ensure sufficient power. In addition, once one of the drive systems fails, it can ensure that the other system provides standby power." Originally, this kind of martial soul puppet had only 1 top-grade fairy jade drive. As a teacher, has changed to use 2 drives. Unfortunately, the space left for the drive system is limited, so we can only do this. When Yi Tian said this, Situ Juanru suddenly looked at Yi Tian with a wonderful expression. Master said that this kind of martial spirit puppet was not refined by Master. Master just added a fairy jade driving position? Yes. Yi Tian nodded to confirm. Shifu is indeed a divine man. I carefully observed this kind of martial soul puppet. On the whole, the workmanship is rough and the power is underutilized, but there are also highlights, that is, the 2 best fairy jade provide power settings and the transformation of speed improvement. I think Shifu should also complete the transformation of speed improvement. This transformation is more difficult than directly refining the puppet, and the rune depiction it's more complicated than the new depiction. The disciples are also inspired by the traces of transformation. This task can certainly be completed. The refined martial soul puppet will have stronger defensibility, more energy saving and more flexibility than the original one. Situ Juanru said in surprise. Yi Tian was very satisfied with Situ Juanru's confidence. He directly skipped the flattering element in the dialect words and continued, "The refining of Wuhuan puppets should be stepped up. Take out the samples first, and then go to mass refining for the teacher." Now let's talk about the third task. This is to transform ordinary stones. Speaking of this, Tian gestured again, and 5 Shumi rings appeared in his hand. There will be a certain amount of waste in the collection of Huafan stone, and it is very inconvenient to use. You should design it and refine Huafan stone into a magic weapon. The basic requirement is firmness and convenience. So many, Situ Juanru took 5 Shumi rings with both hands and his eyes were shining. This is only a part of it. If the magic weapon refined is convenient and applicable, I will refine it in large quantities and popularize it in the Maitreya Palace. Yi Tian said with a smile. Yes, Master, the disciples of this task will also refine it personally, which will certainly satisfy Master. Situ Juanru said solemnly, but he still had some stomach fei in his heart. Before worshipping the teacher, Master cried for poverty in every way and exchanged resources only with 30% of the transformed stones in Qingshi Square. Up to now, the truth has been revealed. There should be a large number of transformed stones. It seems that Shifu was a master who refuses to suffer in everything. The more Huafan stones there are, the happier Situ Juanru is. He can already imagine what kind of state the Maitreya Palace will be after refining this magic weapon with Huafan stones as the main material. It must be invincible and unstoppable. It is difficult to have an enemy in World War I. The fourth task. As Yi Tian took out a Shumi ring again, he said, "Here is Xianin stone, which needs your Tiangong division to refine the treasure clothes. The auxiliary materials are also from the Shumi ring given to you before. You'd better refine the samples first. As a teacher, you should have a look first. This time, you should refine the treasure clothes not only for friars, but also for monsters. You should refine 50,000 pieces of treasure clothes for friars and monsters. When refining, the proportion of Xianin stone must be satisfied. Please, don't think about saving. 50,000 pieces each." Hearing this, Situ Juanru's eyes coagulated, hurriedly branded Shumi ring with divine thoughts, and then checked it. Taking back his mind, Situ Juanru became very excited. Where did Shifu get so many Xianin stones? Didn't our Maitreya Palace make a fortune? I can imagine that with 100,000 pieces of treasure clothes and the magic weapon refined by Huafan stone, the Maitreya Palace can dominate all heaven in all regions, and any resources of all spiritual regions can be obtained. Such a large number of Xianin stones is far from being as simple as 100,000 pieces of treasure clothes. Disciple, we must refine it well to meet the needs without wasting Xianin stone. After Situ Juanru finished, Yi Tian frowned slightly. Old 17, don't think that the Maitreya Palace will be invincible from now on. How vast the heavens are, there are countless strange people and scholars, and all kinds of treasures and resources are unknown. Don't think that you can be invincible in the world. If you are so arrogant, you must suffer a great loss. You should be in awe of people and things in order to avoid being punished by heaven. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Please follow the master's instruction. Situ Juanru trembled at Yi Tian's words. He understood that Yi Tian's words clearly meant warning to himself, and hurried to express his attitude. Okay, old 17, now let's talk about the fifth task. Use the materials given to you to refine at least 100,000 sets of Tinglong armor. As a teacher, you should equip all disciples in the Maitreya Palace with this armor to ensure their life safety to the greatest extent. In refining Tinglong armor, you can boldly use other materials to test and improve the defense effect of Tinglong armor as much as possible. Now Tinglong armor can only be changed its best to solve 40% of the attack power if you can solve more than half of it. Yi Tian continued. Shifu, to tell you the truth, Tiangong branch has refined the armor clothes that can dissolve 50% or even 60% of the attack power. The armor clothes that can dissolve 50% of the attack power are named Black Dragon armor, and the armor clothes that can dissolve 60% of the attack power are named Divine Dragon armor. Only because the materials required for these two kinds of armor clothes are extremely rare, it is difficult to refine them in large quantities. However, the disciple saw that many Black Dragon armor and the rare natural and earth treasures of dragon armor, or other materials can be used instead, should be able to refine a lot of quantities, Situ Juanru said in a deep voice. Okay, you can give me samples of what materials you need. You don't have to worry about resources. You just need to be responsible for refining. These 5 tasks can be said to be very heavy,
and if you want to refine high-quality products, disciples with insufficient knowledge of utensils and Taoism should not participate in it.
In addition, what difficulties do you have to solve for the teacher to complete these 5 tasks? Tian nodded slightly and asked. Situ Juanru thought for a moment and said, there are no other difficulties.
The Tiangong division has refined some large magic weapons in the cave, which can provide enough refining space on the way to travel around various spiritual regions with Master. However, the amount of refining tasks this time is very large, and the consumption of divine ideas and mana in the refining process is also extremely huge, so the speed may be slower. All these 5 tasks are completed, and the Heavenly Palace is the best choice. It will take at least 5 years for the number of monks who can participate in refining.
5 years? Tian didn't know much about the overall strength of Tiangong sect.
Thinking that Tiangong sect had nearly 10,000 disciples, it shouldn't be very difficult to complete these tasks.
However, he still frowned and said, no, 5 years is too long. Can we speed up the Tiangong branch itself? Situ Juanru quickly arched his hands and said, Shifu doesn't know.
Although Tiangong branch has 8 or 9,000 disciples, the vast majority of them are only at the primary refining level, and they can start.
If they want to participate in refining, they can't do it.
5 tasks should be carried out at the same time, and the disciples who can participate must be divided into 5 groups. Moreover, if they want to refine treasures with better quality and performance, they should waste their research and experiment for some time. In addition to the limitation of mana and divine thought, the disciple has said very boldly in 5 years. It is absolutely impossible to complete it in a shorter time. However, the disciple can guarantee that he will refine one piece according to the plan step by step, and one piece will be qualified. The refined one can be put into use and equipped with the disciples of the Maitreya Palace.
That's not good either.
You must get these resources as soon as possible, and it's the next policy to equip them successively.
However, you can't force your Tiangong division to save time. Leave it to you as a teacher. Tian shook his head without any leeway. Master, how do you want to save time?
Are there many disciples in the Maitreya Palace who are proficient in weapon refining and want to participate together? Situ Juanru asked curiously. Hearing Situ Juanru's question, Tian couldn't help laughing. There are a lot of more than 100,000 disciples in the Maitreya Palace, but they are all accepted by the Master when he travels in various spiritual regions.
The level is generally not high. For most people, the Master doesn't know much about it.
Even if he has a rough way of refining tools, there won't be many disciples.
Don't think about it.
However, the Master will select some of them later and see if they can give them according to their wishes. You need to add some manpower to the Tiangong branch.
By buying time for you, I mean another way. After a while, take out the magic weapon cave you use as a refining tool and arrange a time field for me, so that the flow rate of time in the magic weapon cave is twice that of the outside world. In this way, the time in 5 years can be reduced to 2.5 years. Hearing the speech, Situ Juanru said in amazement, there is also this magical field. Bachin Taoist Gate has deep attainments in the field, but it can't arrange such a time field with terrorist function. If it is used for cultivation, wouldn't it be twice as long as the cultivation time? Tian smiled and nodded. Yes, old 17, you respond very quickly. I can draw inferences from one instance.
To tell you the truth, the disciples who are teachers in the Maitreya Palace and some people around them all live in the cave where the time field is arranged and always enjoy double cultivation time.
Situ Juanru was stunned when he heard Tian's words. If such a Maitreya Palace is not the most powerful, it is unreasonable.
Moreover, I also want to tell you that in this time field, the time flow rate is different from the outside world, but the evolution and aging of body functions are the same as the outside world.
What concept?
That is, you don't have to worry about aging in advance in the time field, and there is no future trouble.
Tian continued. Hearing Tian's words, Situ Juanru and the disciples of Tiangong branch around him were immediately excited.
No one thought that Tian could arrange such a magical field, and these Tiangong disciples who joined the Maitreya Palace were the real beneficiaries. Originally, some disciples who were unwilling to leave Tianbao's spiritual realm were relieved. Compared with their hometown, the most important thing is to cultivate the avenue, which is to have a higher realm and more longevity yuan. In an instant, these disciples' sense of belonging to the Maitreya palace reached an unprecedented level, and their hearts gradually merged with the Maitreya palace.
Tian continued, arranging the time field is only one of the ways. In addition, being a teacher will provide you with a pill to quickly recover your mana and mind.
In the process of constantly consuming mana and mind, your mana and mind will increase rapidly.
The process of refining tools is actually a process of cultivation, but you enter the Tao with tools.
Disciples understand this truth and know that what Master said is true, but Master, after years of refining, the pills we need will be massive, and the alchemy materials we need are hard to count, Situjuanru said carefully. As a teacher, I naturally know that all these are solved by me.
Just concentrate on refining. Come on, outside the city. Tian smiled and waved his hand.
His body flashed, quickly left Muyun City and came to the open space in the distance. Then, with a gesture, he released a magic weapon cave, and Xianrun quickly came out of it.
Xianrun, let everyone out of our door. Tian ordered.
Yes, Master. Xianrun promised, and his hands moved continuously.
One magic weapon cave was released and landed on the ground. Tian also kept moving.
Soon, more than 500 magic weapons appeared in the open space, and the originally desolate outside the city immediately became lively. After spending some time, more than 100,000 disciples of the Maitreya Palace and the Sacred Wind Army lined up neatly on the square.
More than 100,000 people occupied a large area.
They looked crowded, mighty and magnificent. They were full of monks in their sight. Although there were a large number of people, no one made a noise or talked at will. They all stood in silence without making any sound. Tian nodded with satisfaction and flew to the high altitude ahead.
See the palace master. Seeing Tian's figure, more than 100,000 people saluted neatly.
More than 100,000 voices sounded together and echoed between heaven and earth, like sea roaring and mountain avalanche, with extraordinary momentum. When the voice fell, Tian said, "Now, you disciples of the Maitreya Palace and sergeants of the Sacred Wind Army have a chance in front of you. Those who are familiar with the way of refining tools, step out and come to the front." With Tian's voice, people began to come out of the queue and came to the front of the queue. Until no one came out again, Tian took a look. There were about 80 or 90 disciples in the queue of Maitreya Palace, and there were more than 120 or 30 from the kamikaze army.
These friars are basically in the golden elixir realm. To tell you the truth, Tian is not satisfied with this number.
Among the more than 100,000 people, only more than 200 are familiar with refining tools, and the proportion seems to be too low. But think about it, most friars are mainly in the realm of cultivation and constantly improve their strength. Without extremely convenient conditions, it is difficult to get in touch with the tool Tao. Without the guidance of the master, the resources needed for the chain are not affordable for ordinary people. That's all. Tian put down his mind and said to more than 200 people in front of the queue, "From now on, you are assigned to the heavenly work branch of the palace to practice the way of cultivating tools. The rest of your time is used for cultivation and resource allocation. You are 50% more than ordinary disciples of the Maitreya Palace and enjoy the reward of outstanding contribution. This is mandatory, without any room for negotiation, and without considering the personal wishes of these disciples, but the treatment is still very generous." 80 or 90 disciples of the Maitreya Palace were delighted to hear that they were familiar with the way of refining weapons, mostly out of their own preferences, and made some hard work. Now I heard that I can continue to practice the instrument Tao and enjoy more resources than other disciples. I was very surprised. Everyone looked at each other and bowed to Tian. "Yes, please follow the master's instructions." Tian nodded slightly and looked at the monks who came out of the kamikaze army. "You kamikaze sergeants, today I give you an opportunity to join the heavenly work branch of the Maitreya Palace. From now on, you are the formal disciples of the kamikaze army. All resources are allocated. Like these disciples, do you want to?" "Yes, Palace Leader, we do." Almost without hesitation, more than 100 people responded one after another. At this time, their hearts were full of ecstasy, and the pie from the sky finally hit their heads. Originally, they didn't even enjoy any resources of the disciples of the Maitreya Palace. Now they have ascended to the sky step by step, more than 50% of the resources enjoyed by ordinary disciples, surpassing most of the disciples of the Maitreya palace.
This is an unexpected good thing. Tian nodded slightly and called, Old 17. Master. Situjuanru, who was not far away, walked quickly to the front of the battle and bowed to Tian.
These disciples are under the command of your Tiangong branch. Anyone who knows nothing about the way of refining tools should report to be a teacher and be punished according to the palace rules.
Tian glanced at the more than 200 disciples and said, Yes, Master.
Situjuanru promised, waved to those people and took them to one side to stand in line. Tian hasn't announced the dissolution yet, and Situjuanru doesn't dare to go like this.
Tian looked at the more than 10,000 people in front again.
At this time, most of the disciples looked envious. Obviously, the benefits of being able to join the Tiangong branch to practice the way of cultivating utensils are huge. Having a craft and enjoying superior resource allocation will definitely be a good thing that is rare in normal times. You disciples of the Maitreya Palace, Sergeant of the Sacred Wind Army, which of you is familiar with the way of alchemy and is out of the line?
With Tian's voice, someone responded immediately. Palace leader. I'm familiar with you.
Then someone stepped out of the line and stood in front of the queue.
One after another, someone responded and came out of the queue. The number of monks who came out this time was a little less than just now.
There were only more than 60, including more than 20 disciples of the Maitreya Palace and nearly 40 sergeants of the Sacred Wind Army.
Tian has predicted this quantity. Alchemy is different from the device.
Many of the device materials can be reused. Although the cultivation cost is high, it is still within the affordable range.
Alchemy is different.
Alchemy is a destructive use of spiritual materials. Once refined, regardless of success or failure, the spiritual materials must be discarded. Therefore, alchemy is a very expensive skill, and most of them can't afford to learn it. You disciples of the Maitreya Palace are all divided into the Taisho branch of the Maitreya Palace, and the resource allocation is the same as that of the Tiangong branch. The Sergeant of the Sacred Wind Army is voluntary. If you are willing to join the Taisho branch of the Maitreya Palace, you are the official disciples of the Maitreya Palace, and the resource allocation is the same as that of the Tiangong branch.
Would you like to?
Tian glanced at the more than 60 monks and said concisely. Palace Master, we are willing. Without any hesitation, nearly 40 kamikaze Junshui immediately responded.
Old 16, come and lead people. Tian smiled and nodded, and said to Liao Tungwen outside the queue. Liao Tungwen answered and also took the more than 60 people aside. Tian looked at more than 100,000 people again. When his eyes fell, those kamikaze sergeants couldn't help getting nervous. There are two examples of Taoist friends in front.
They soared to the sky and became disciples of the Maitreya Palace.
People are very envious. I don't know who leader you will choose this time.
Disciples who are familiar with the layout of the field, please step out.
Tian said immediately after sweeping his eyes. I. The first response was a middle-aged kamikaze sergeant, Jin Dan Realm. When he heard the speech, he immediately shouted, raised his hand and walked quickly out of the queue.
Before, he had been muttering in his heart whether he was a disciple who wanted to be familiar with the field, and prayed silently from his heart, want the field, want the field, want the field. With such expectation, he suddenly heard that as expected, the palace master ordered a monk who was familiar with the field.
Why wasn't he ecstatic? I'm familiar with. And me.
This time, the monks in the line were more excited than the previous two groups of monks, because the envy of the previous two times had long lost their sense of loss. They were suddenly selected.
Naturally, it was difficult to control their excitement.
The vast majority of monks who are not familiar with Dan Dao, Instrument Dao, and Field are full of loss, but no one dares to rush out to make up for the number.
They have all seen Tian's means. It's a cruel one.
Once those disciples who joined the Maitreya Palace gave up joining the Maitreya Palace after hearing the 72 laws of the Maitreya Palace. In the end, no matter how much these people begged, Tian no longer accepted them. Even if they fought with each other and died in front of Yi palace leader, Yi Tian didn't care about them. Moreover, Yi Tian once ordered the Heavenly Work Division to deal with those who make up numbers according to the palace rules. That is definitely a very severe punishment. They would rather practice hard in the future, constantly improve their strength and realm, look forward to the next opportunity, and would not rashly do such a stupid thing. Although they were extremely disappointed, they could only silently watch the monks walk out of the queue. Finally, the dust settled, and more than 300 monks came out of the queue. The learning threshold of the field is much lower than that of Dandao and Shidao, because the materials arranged in the field can be reused. Even if the layout is wrong, it can be corrected without damaging the materials. In this way, the number of monks who have studied the field layout will be higher than the other two. Yi Tian glanced at the monks' faces and said, "From today on, the Maitreya Palace will set up a field branch, and all of you will be entered into the field branch. The branch will be temporarily controlled by Lin Yichuan, and Lin Yichuan will be out of the line. The disciple is here." In the crowd, a tall disciple of the Maitreya Palace stepped out in response. This person had contact with Yi Tian. Seeing that this person was quite prestigious among the disciples, Yi Tian assigned some tasks to count the rosters of the disciples. Today, he also got out of the queue because he was familiar with the way of field. Lin Yichuan, give the field division to you. You must take care of this division. You should not only be proficient in the way of the field and practice hard, but also ensure that each disciple can be in charge of it alone. The allocation of disciple resources of all field divisions is the same as that of Tiangong Division and Taisho Division. Lin Yichuan, your resources are allocated according to the personal disciples of the palace leader. Yi Tian looked at Lin Yichuan with bright eyes and said. When Lin Yichuan heard the speech, he was so excited that he knelt down on his knees and said loudly, "I will certainly live up to the great trust of the palace master, devote myself to it and die." He saw that as the leader of one sect in one sect, those spiritual monks flocked to worship Yi Tian as a teacher, not to mention that he was only a golden elixir cultivation. For himself, this was definitely the most important opportunity in his life. According to the resource rationing given by the pro-disciple, does it mean that if what you do can satisfy the palace master, you have the opportunity to become the pro-disciple of the palace master? This is a big cake that falls from the sky and is likely to eat. Lin Yichuan's excitement is naturally reasonable. Well, look at your performance. Yi Tian waved his hand, looked at Lin Yichuan again, waved his hand, line up on one side. Yes. Lin Yichuan promised and took the team of more than 300 people aside. Yi Tian in the low sky looked at the team of more than 100,000 people again, which made those people feel nervous again, and his eyes immediately flashed the color of expectation. Originally, these people thought that the palace masters of Dandao, Shidao, and Field had already selected people and should not need others. However, seeing Yi Tian's scanning eyes, it was obvious that the palace masters still wanted to select people. Sure enough, Yi Tian glanced slowly from the team and said again, "The top disciples of the golden elixir realm are out of the line." As soon as he said this, many people in the queue took a long breath, and then the figure flashed, walked out of the queue and stood in front of the army. The hesitant army had a long queue and many monks came out. It took a while for the scene to calm down. The number of monks who came out this time far exceeded the previous times, and there were more than 1,200. These people looked at Yi Tian one by one with happy faces and expectant eyes, with unspeakable excitement in their hearts. Yi Tian looked around these people again and said, "From today on, the royal beast branch has been established in the Maitreya Palace. Since several world wars, the palace has captured hundreds of thousands of demon beasts." Hundreds of thousands? Just now, the crowd burst out a cry of surprise and captured hundreds of thousands of monsters. This number is too shocking. Yi Tian pressed his hands and stopped the voice of the army. He continued, "Among the hundreds of thousands of monsters, some are level 4 monsters, the rest are level 5 monsters and a small number of level 6 monsters. All the captured level 4 monsters are divided into the control of the Royal Beast sect. All the sergeants of the Divine Wind Army selected into the Royal Beast Division become official disciples of the Maitreya Palace, and their treatment is the same as that of other divisions." "Thank you, Palace Master," a burst of thanks broke out in the crowd. Yi Tian waved his hand slightly, gestured and released 2 magic weapons.
Many dead men, disciples and squires of Yi Tian came out. Miaba.
Glancing at the big disciple walking in front, Yi Tian shouted. Master, the disciples are here.
Miaba hurried to Yi Tian and bowed.
Now Miaba is appointed as the commander of the Royal Beast Division to manage the size of the Royal Beast Division.
Yi Tianlang said in a voice, take these Royal Beast Division disciples and stand aside. Yes, Master. Miaba promised and waved away with more than 200 people.
Yi Tian had talked to him about it before, and explained to him how to command the Beast Division and the characters to be completed.
Therefore, Miaba knew very well.
However, Miaba was appointed as the commander of the Royal Beast Division, and several of the top disciples of the Golden Elixir realm were greatly disappointed. In the Field Division, the palace leader is the leader selected from the selected personnel.
Although it is temporary, it is likely to become a formal leader.
Originally, they thought that this time, Lord Yi would choose from the selected personnel. These powerful monks thought they should have a certain opportunity, but now this hope has been completely dashed. Although they were disappointed, these people still saw a glimmer of hope. Lord Yi could choose the leader from the selected friars, which shows that the Lord of the Palace does not stick to one style and shows no sign of joining the disciples of the Maitreya Palace. As long as he is strong enough, loyal to the Maitreya Palace and abides by the 72 laws, he will be reused by the Lord sooner or later. Therefore, these people are secretly cruel. They must be outstanding among our disciples, so that they can get more resources, get the attention of the palace leader, and even give personal guidance, so that they can go further on the road of cultivation. Now send resource rationing to the new Kamikaze Sergeant, disciple of Taisho branch and disciple of Tiangong branch. When Miaba left with the team, Yi Tian no longer looked at the army queue, but announced loudly. In this case, those kamikaze soldiers and water who stayed in place were very disappointed. Obviously, the selection of disciples in the Maitreya Palace has ended this time, and they lost the election. But what can I say? When it comes to losing the election, they are also convinced. Yi Tian has given them too many opportunities, but they won't if Yi Tian wants to refine tools. If you want alchemists, they won't. Monks who want to be familiar with the field are also unfamiliar. If you want to be a monk in the Golden Elixir realm, their cultivation level has not reached the peak of the Golden Elixir realm. From this point of view, I'm almost useless. Why should people want you from the Maitreya Palace? The only best chance was the first choice, but they didn't choose to join the Maitreya. I couldn't stand it at first, but now I can't stand it. These sacred wind troops have some losses in their hearts, especially when they see that Yi Tian has waved his hand again, and piles of semi-immortal soldiers' magic weapons appear on the ground, followed by piles of immortal jade and a lot of medicinal wine for quenching the body. But these all do not belong to themselves. It seems that you can only practice more diligently and strive to become stronger. As long as your strength is strong enough, the palace leader will never turn a blind eye. Some smart-minded kamikaze army sergeants secretly made up their mind. The last selection based on the level of strength gave them hope. It doesn't matter if you don't know the field, Dan Dao, or refining tools. As long as you are diligent enough, practice hard and take the lead in strength, you will also wait for opportunities. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. Also lost are the disciples in the queue who joined the Maitreya Palace first. They all lost the previous 4 selections. Some of the disciples who joined the Maitreya Palace in the same batch stood out and entered various branches. They surpassed themselves in resource allocation, creating more opportunities for future cultivation. There are also some kamikaze sergeants, who have just joined the disciples of the Maitreya Palace, who have also surpassed themselves in resource allocation. Who is to blame for being compared by these people? Isn't he inferior to others? Because of the initial choice, because of different reasons and psychological choices, the first batch of monks who entered the Maitreya Palace also secretly calculated. It is obvious that they saw the employment standard of Lord Yi, which is the only way to be able. If you have the ability, you can be reused. If you don't have the ability, you can only disappear. In this way, learning from the bitter experience has stimulated the spirit of not admitting defeat in many hearts. Like those unsuccessful kamikaze army sergeants, they secretly decided to spare no effort, practice hard and strive to stand out as soon as possible.
In fact, Tian deliberately made this scene.
While selecting available people, it also stimulates others to strive for fewer people who eat and die. At present, Tian is running all the way, and in the future, Tian doesn't have much time to take care of all his disciples.
He can only use this method to let them think for themselves. Blindly preaching may not have a good effect, and what he can think about will be more profound. Tian's efforts were not in vain.
The effect of this selection was far beyond his expectation, which was naturally verified by the entry of the disciples of the Maitreya palace in the future. At this time, he had fallen to the ground, took out the utensils and began to prepare the body refining medicinal wine. Many disciples and martyrs are also busy distributing resources.
So many magic weapons of half-immortal soldiers?
Looking at the piles of half-immortal soldiers' magic weapons, even the Tiangong branch disciples who are good at refining weapons can't help but wonder. The magic weapon of half-immortal soldiers can be refined with the skill of Tiangong branch, but it doesn't mean that the magic weapon of half-immortal soldiers is not rare. The definition of magic weapon level depends on the materials used to refine the weapon, in addition to the craftsman's attainments and the depiction of magic weapon runes. Even the first two have no problem, but without good materials, the magic weapon refined can never reach the level of half-immortal soldiers.
The materials are also scarce in the Holy Spirit domain.
For countless years, the materials in the Terran region have been less and less exploited. In the area occupied by the demon family, few Terrans dare to search for treasure, which leads to the extreme shortage of resources in the Holy Spirit domain.
Take Tiangong sect as an example.
Such a sect has more than 300 semi-immortal soldiers' magic weapons, which is a very low proportion compared with the number of nearly 10,000 monks. However, compared with other religious sects, this proportion is already very high.
It's good if a religious sect of the same scale can have dozens of semi-immortal soldiers' magic weapons.
Now, when Tian takes action, he is a pile of semi-immortal soldiers' magic weapons, and everyone, whether it is Tiangong branch or Taisho branch, as well as the newly joined disciples of the Maitreya palace.
One for everyone. What a big pen.
Besides, just these people, the number of half-immortal soldiers' magic weapons will be 20,000. Even if all the half-immortal soldiers' magic weapons in the Holy Spirit domain are added up, it will definitely not reach this number.
How deep is the inside story of the Maitreya palace? Situ Juanru and his disciples were stunned by the scene.
Also surprised were Liao Tungwen and his disciples from the Taisho branch. They were dazzled and took over the half-immortal soldier magic weapon and fairy jade sent by the Maitreya palace.
They couldn't believe what was in front of them.
Some disciples who dare not dream that one day they will have the magic weapon of half-immortal soldiers can't put it down with the magic weapon of half-immortal soldiers issued by the Pope.
They are a little happier than marrying a daughter-in-law.
It took a long time to distribute cultivation resources and start taking medicinal wine. Just like the last time, the medicinal wine was packed in many vessels, and several groups lined up to drink a spoonful one after another, and then refined on site. Even friars like Liao Tungwen and Situ Juanru, after seeing the magical effect of medicinal wine, couldn't help the temptation to quench their physique and drank a spoonful. When they feel the transformation of their physique by the medicinal wine, they are not surprised. Besides, just taking this medicinal wine will improve their physique by 30%.
It is definitely a rare treasure. However, this is the medicinal wine that will be treasured by any sect in the Holy Spirit domain. Shifu even gave it to all ordinary disciples. How much does it need? The details of the Maitreya palace they did not dare to think about it.
At this moment, they felt that the door they threw themselves into
was unfathomable.
A few hours later, everyone's medicinal wine was gradually refined. Tian gave everyone some time to take a bath and change clothes, and then gathered again. Old 17, take out the magic weapon you used to refine your utensils from the cave.
When everyone arrived, Tian said to Situ Juanru. Situ Juanru gestured, and a huge magic weapon cave appeared in the open space.
The fully enlarged magic weapon cave was 6 or 7 times the size of the ordinary magic weapon cave, which looked very magnificent.
Master, there are 8 special magic weapons for refining utensils.
Limited to the size of the venue here, take out one first, then Situ Juanru said to Tian.
Yes, there are 8. Let's arrange the time field of this cave first.
Tian nodded slightly and then said, all the disciples of the field division follow the palace leader into the magic weapon cave and teach you how to arrange a time field here. The function of this time field is to increase the time flow rate in the field to twice that of the outside, that is, staying in the field for 2 days and only 1 day outside. Moreover, it has no effect on physical function.
Cultivating in the field is equivalent to double the training time.
You should study hard and strive to arrange this field as soon as possible. After listening to Yi Tian's brief introduction, the disciples in the field who did not know the time immediately became excited and doubled their cultivation time.
Is this function too rebellious? There's not much else. Go into the house. Yi Tian stopped everyone's discussion and took the lead in entering the cave.
Lin Yichuan, the leader of the field branch, also followed in with more than 300 disciples.
These are the materials used to arrange the field, which are. The key points of arranging the time field are. Remember, the time field should be arranged from this step.
In the cave, Yi Tian slowed down and began to teach step by step from scratch.
Many disciples took out the jade slips and began to record Yi Tian's actions.
Although the magic weapon cave is very large, it is nothing compared with the field arranged in the Holy Wing Medicine Garden in Lungsang Spirit Domain. Even if the speed was slowed down, it took more than half a day.
Yi Tian had arranged the time field and came out of it. Old 17, release another cave.
The disciples in the field branch have a weak foundation.
It's difficult to master the layout once. Teach them again as a teacher.
The time field of this magic weapon cave has been arranged.
You can try it. Yi Tian said to Situjuanru waiting outside.
Yes, master. Situjuanru said excitedly, put away the magic weapon cave arranged in the time field, and released a magic weapon cave of the same size again. After Yi Tian brought people in, Situjuanru turned and left with the disciples of Tiangong branch and went to the distance to do experiments.
The easiest way to do the experiment is to use the same hourglass test.
After several tests, they confirmed what Yi Tian said. Such a field has fully doubled their cultivation time.
For a moment, the children of Tiangong's sect cheered warmly.
This is a rare treasure.
For some disciples who have a great way, this is a ladder to the peak of cultivation.
Standing directly on the hillside and climbing up, it helps too much for cultivation.
Things are constantly changing the feelings and thoughts of these friars.
Up to now, some friars have never been reluctant to leave the Tianbao spiritual realm. They are secretly glad to join the Maitreya Palace and follow the palace master.
How lucky they should be. Don't you see, the water of the Yellow River? Ah, no, don't you see, tens of thousands of monks who follow Lord Yi are still in what Sacred Wind Army.
They want to become official disciples of the Maitreya Palace, but they can't enter their door.
Are we short of people recruited by the Maitreya Palace? Lack?
There must be no shortage.
Isn't this the light of the patriarch's worship? Otherwise, how can you have the opportunity to join the Maitreya Palace and enjoy so many benefits?
They cheered and rejoiced here, but on the other side, the monks in the kamikaze army were in a different mood. Originally, they thought that the difference between the sergeant of the Sacred Wind Army and the disciples of the Maitreya Palace was only the difference in the magic weapon of the half-immortal soldiers, fairy jade and medicinal wine. But now it seems that they are too naive. The biggest difference is that the disciples of the Maitreya Palace can practice in the cave where the time field is arranged, but they can only live in the ordinary magic weapon cave. This is a huge gap. Be sure to join the Maitreya Palace and become an official disciple of the Maitreya Palace.
Many people have made up their mind again.
Even when they are standing, they have started to practice the skill. As time went by, Yi Tian came out of the cave again with the disciples of the field division. Old 17, the field of this cave has been arranged.
Release another one. Yi Tian said to Situjuanru who had returned. Situjuanru agreed excitedly and did as he said.
The magic weapon cave was put away, and a magic weapon cave without time field appeared in the open space. Yi Tian glanced at the new magic weapon cave, turned to the more than 300 disciples of the field branch and said, "You can decorate the field of this cave yourself."
It's better to do it once if you see it 10 times. If there is any problem, try to solve it yourself. You can't solve it. Come to me. Go in. With Yi Tian's voice, Lin Yichuan answered excitedly. He went in first and watched it twice in succession. Under Yi Tian's detailed professor, although the field layout is extremely complex and the field symbol is the biggest difficulty, he felt that there should be no problem with his layout. The next step was to test what he had learned. He secretly decided not to ask Lord Yi once. They arranged the field independently. More than 300 people have seen it twice. Can't they decorate it? After Lin Yichuan and others entered the cave, Yi Tian looked at Liao Tungwen not far away. Old 16, come with me. With that, Yi Tian moved and was 10 miles away. Liao Tungwen, together with the disciples of the Taisho branch, also used their magic power one after another, followed him and finally landed in an open space in front of Yi Tian. The people in place didn't know what Yi Tian called these people, so they couldn't help but let go of his mind and observe. The distance between left and right Yi Tian and 10 miles away was certainly not a secret thing, and he didn't prohibit his mind from checking. This is obvious. Senior 16, I'm going to teach you the way of alchemy. You'd better watch it. This time, I'm going to refine 2 kinds of pills, one for quickly restoring mana and the other for quickly restoring mind. I hope every one of you can learn it. Then I need you to refine a lot, at least 100,000 pieces. 10 miles away, Yi Tian said to Liao Tungwen, after refining these pills, I'll teach you to refine pills to assist monks in all levels. Such pills also need a large quantity, at least 300,000 pieces. As soon as Yi Tian's voice fell, the disciples of Taisho branch were in an uproar. In Taixi Yujio, the unit of measurement of alchemy is pieces, but in the mouth of Lord Yi, how can 10,000 pieces be used as the unit? Not only do ordinary disciples think so, but even Liao Tungwen can't help shivering when he hears the number of 100,000 in 200000. He hesitated a little and went forward to hug his fist and said, Shifu, although the Taisho branch was originally dedicated to alchemy, there was a shortage of spiritual materials in the Tianbao spiritual domain. The total of 300,000 pills mentioned by Shifu required an extremely large amount of spiritual materials. Although the Taisho branch has a part of the spiritual material reserve, it is extremely limited. It is valuable to be able to refine 1,000 pills, which is not enough to refine such a huge amount. Oh, so you're worried about spiritual materials. Hearing the speech, Yi Tian smiled. I don't expect to use your spiritual materials for the pill I want to refine. I want to refine a total of 300,000 pills. Naturally, there are these spiritual materials. Well, let me show you the geography of the Maitreya Palace. Otherwise, you really don't know what a giant the Maitreya Palace is. As he spoke, Yi Tian gestured, and his mind went into Zumaji. Soon, magic treasures appeared out of thin air and fell one after another in front. After more than 10 breaths, Yi Tian Kai stopped his action. The magic weapon cave he released has been lined up in a very long row. After a rough look, there are 150 or 60. Come here and see the mobile medicine garden. Yi Tian greeted Liao Tungwen with a smile and walked to the first magic weapon cave. Lift the ban on the magic weapon cave and push open the door. Aura and medicine incense come to Liao Tungwen's face. Liao Tungwen steps into the cave and is immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. In the vast magic weapon cave, there is a colorful spiritual material world, in which countless spiritual materials are extremely large, lush and grow very well. Some spiritual materials are especially strong and have a lot of years. Liao Tungwen knows some of them, but Liao Tungwen doesn't know what they are. This mobile medicine park is priceless, not to mention the other 150 or 60. Liao Tungwen didn't go deep into the medicine garden. He mumbled to himself and withdrew to the second medicine garden. Then he withdrew and went to see the third one. The more he looked, the more frightened he was. Every magic weapon cave was a mobile medicine garden. There were countless kinds of precious spiritual materials in it. They were full of vitality and lush branches. The most important thing was the year. Many spiritual materials were even more than 1,000 years old. After that, Liao Tungwen hurriedly looked at the mobile medicine garden and withdrew.
He was no longer looking at spiritual materials. He wanted to see if there were spiritual materials in the 1560 magic weapons caves. In that case, it is really possible to refine 300,000 pills. However, when he saw more than 50 magic weapon caves on the ground, Liao Tongwen was stunned. The magic weapon cave was also large and full of 10,000 square meters, but it was empty and didn't even have a spiritual material. He retreated without saying anything. He continued to see several magic weapons caves, which were also empty.
"Oh, master, it's a bluff.
I thought I couldn't insist on seeing every magic weapon cave, but I mixed fish's eyes with pearls, and used the empty magic weapon cave as a mobile medicine garden."
This must be very meaningful.
It should be to show my strength to the new disciples who joined the Maitreya Palace, so that they can have more confidence in the Maitreya Palace and have more sense of belonging.
Well, it must be so.
In Yi Tian's private smile, Liao Tongwen continued to check several caves while thinking about Yi Tian's intention. When he found that there was also an open space behind him, he stopped and preached to Yi Tian, "Master, I understand what you mean. I'll take these as mobile medicine gardens. When there are spiritual materials in them, I won't reveal the secret."
Yi Tian laughed at the speech and said, "Old 16, are you bluffing when you are a master? Look behind the magic weapon cave."
The words of the medicine garden are written in the mobile medicine garden, and these empty words are written behind the cave. The magic weapon cave is taken out as a teacher to arrange people to plant spiritual materials in it immediately.
Ah!
Liao Tongwen gave a low cry, and suddenly his face turned red. He hurried to the back of the magic weapon cave. Sure enough, as Master said, he was clearly marked on the magic weapon cave. The medicine garden is a medicine garden, and the empty word corresponds to the empty cave. The reason why Yi Tian made the mark is that there are too many magic weapons in his cave, which is easy to cause confusion, so they are clearly marked. For example, the cave where the newly recruited disciples of the Maitreya Palace and the friars of the Sacred Wind Army live, Yi Tian made numbers to distinguish the different identities of the residents with different numbers. However, the disciples, the dead and 4 female practitioners with amnesia all have special magic weapons, especially the old cave that Yi Tian has carried with him for a long time.
Yi Tian can naturally identify them.
As like as 2 peas are all newly purchased from the Dongyang Pavilion, many of them are similar in style and have the need to make signs.
"Master, it's the disciple who misunderstood," Liao Tongwen said with some embarrassment when he returned.
Yi Tian said dismissively, "No wonder you have to understand that such a large number of spiritual materials is really incredible, but this is the inside story of the Maitreya Palace, which is unfathomable." After that, he spread a voice in the distance and said a few words. Soon, Yi Tian's disciples, Kunlun practitioners, dead soldiers, and 20 male and female attendants all flew over.
In addition to these people, there are more than 1,000 disciples of the Beast Division with Miaba.
When the crowd arrived, Yi Tian handed Miaba 4 sumi rings and said, "All the empty magic weapons in the cave are paved with 7-color spiritual soil, and the spiritual materials in the sumi ring are planted." "Yes, Master," Miaba promised, took Zumaji and began to explain to the more than 1,000 disciples of the Royal Beast Division how to lay spiritual soil and how to plant spiritual materials. Those spiritual materials are most suitable for growth. Which spiritual materials and which spiritual materials can't be too close. In order to increase the aura concentration of the mobile medicine garden, how to arrange fairy jade. This explanation attracted Liao Tongwen. He didn't leave until Yi Tian called him. Just a short time ago, he almost learned a lesson. Many of the knowledge of planting spiritual materials mentioned by Miaba are unknown to him and unheard of. He has indeed gained a lot of knowledge. However, this elder martial brother is clearly in charge of the Royal Beast sect.
These are things in 2 fields. Liao Tongwen didn't know that Yi Tian's medicine garden was planted by Miaba with many disciples with his master. Yi Tian taught everyone this knowledge when planting spiritual materials. That's all Miaba knew. He didn't know anything about alchemy.
Yi Tian knew that none of his disciples had a strong interest in alchemy, so he didn't force anyone to learn alchemy with him.
He didn't have time to teach. Yi Tian has been very busy all the time.
Just now, I'm busy to arrange these things in front of me.
The cultivation of spiritual materials is left to Mieba and others.
Yi Tian takes Liao Tongwen, the disciples of the Taisho branch, to a distant open space. Liao Tongwen was not the only one who saw the spiritual materials in the magic weapon cave. Some other high-level leaders of the magical realm also entered the cave one after another. Naturally, everyone who saw the spiritual materials planted inside was greatly shocked.
Old 17, next, I'm going to refine a furnace of pills that can quickly restore mana. Watch it first. Yi Tian sat on a flat stone and took out the heaven and earth furnace.
Then he gestured, and more than a dozen spiritual materials appeared on the stone.
Palace Master, we often refine the elixir to restore mana.
Please explain the profound elixir directly. Lu Bingquan, sitting cross-legged beside Liao Tongwen, looked at the elixir stove and spiritual material, got up and hugged his fist.
Often refining?
Yi Tian's lips turned up and said to Lu Bingquan, the Dandao should start from the most basic. No one can be skillful in the advanced Dandao. If you can't do the basic things well, don't think about the advanced Dandao at all. Master Bing, we have been refining alchemy for decades, but more than hundreds of years. We have already mastered the basic things, and the disciples have not exaggerated them. What we need is to improve our advanced Dandao attainments, rather than spend time starting from scratch like an apprentice.
Lu Bingquan said with some conceit. What's your name? Yi Tian asked with a frown.
Liao Tongwen glared at Lu Bingquan and hurriedly said to Yi Tian, Master, this is the disciple's younger martial brother, Lu Bingquan, the original elder of Taisho sect. The disciple originally wanted to ask the master to let him be the vice principal of Taisho branch. After hearing this, Yi Tian nodded slightly. Lu Bingquan, come to the palace master and give you the same spiritual material.
You can do whatever I do. You can give you 3 breath delay time.
You don't need to refine pills of the same level as the palace master. As long as you can keep up with the speed of the palace master will directly explain the profound pill and approve Liao Tongwen's request to appoint you as the deputy head of the Taisho branch of the Miluo Palace. Please obey the dharma of the palace master, and the disciple will make a fool of himself. Liao Tongwen hugged his fist and then went to the big stone next to Yi Tian and sat obliquely opposite him.
Although he spoke modestly and politely, he didn't agree with Yi Tian's profound Dan attainments in his heart. Yi Tian is obviously only in his 20s. He is in the realm of golden elixir. Cultivating to this realm should be said to be the result of hard work. He may have spent most of his time practicing.
And he is proficient in field array, which also takes a lot of time. In this case, it is impossible to say how deep the palace master can achieve in the Dandao. The Dandao is different from the field. It requires the accumulation of numerous alchemy, and it needs to sum up experience from failures. Without more than 100 years of refining, it is impossible to have too high attainments. Lu Bingquan admired Yi Tian's combat effectiveness and marveled at the details of the Maitreya Palace.
However, he didn't think so when it came to Dandao. He felt that instead of listening to Yi Palace leader explain the Dandao, he might as well hold the Dan stove and ponder it by himself.
As for what Yi Tian said, keeping up with his actions is a piece of cake. Dosing, distributing and refining are the basic operations of alchemy, which he can't be more familiar with.
At this time, Yi Tian didn't say anything.
When Lu Bingquan took out the Dan stove and sat down, he gestured, and a group of the same spiritual materials in front of him fell beside Lu Bingquan. Palace leader, what a good Dan stove! Seeing the heaven and earth stove in front of Yi Tian, Lu Bingquan, who knew the goods, couldn't help but freeze his eyes and exclaimed.
Yi Tian smiled and motioned, put away the heaven and earth stove, and said casually, the palace master doesn't use a good stove, so he uses an ordinary Dan stove, so that no one will disagree.
While talking, a Dan stove he bought from Dongyang Pavilion appeared in the original location of the heaven and earth stove. Lu Bingquan, watch it, this palace is mainly engaged in alchemy. As he spoke, Yi Tian gestured, and the Dan stove slowly left the big stone.
Lu Bingquan also smiled.
The Dan stove also slowly left the big stone and suspended in front of him.
Yi Tian motioned expressionless.
The original spirit fire flew out of the Dan Tian and flew under the Dante stove.
Lu Bingquan's eyes coagulated.
It was also a gesture.
The fire attribute mana was issued.
A pengdan fire flew out and slowly came under the Dan stove.
This process took more time than Yi Tian.
Sensing the temperature of the flame, at a certain moment, Yi Tian's hand moved slightly, and a holy material flew up out of thin air.
Then Yi Tian pointed with his hand and exerted the water attribute mana.
A strong water flow appeared out of thin air, washing the stains attached to the holy material. At the next moment, a mass of mana wrapped the cleaned holy material and put it into the Dan furnace. Lu Bingquan did the same, and unexpectedly he did the same. When the magic-wrapped spiritual material was put into the Dan furnace, he actually controlled the time within 3 breaths.
Yi Tian nodded secretly. Lu Bingquan did it fairly well.
However, then, Yi Tian's gesture quickly got up, stretched out his hand, and a piece of root-shaped spiritual material soared into the air.
A shower came and washed it quickly. Next, the second, third, fourth. All the remaining holy materials soared up and tossed in the rain.
After 3 or 4 breaths, Yi Tian gestured to move continuously on many holy materials. Among the holy materials suspended out of thin air, the root holy materials turned into countless fragments and fell into the steaming Dan furnace, and some crisp green holy material leaves were mixed among them. The rest of the spiritual materials suddenly moved without wind, and a strange pattern was arranged in the air.
It was 3 meters long from bottom to top, swinging from side to side.
At the next moment, these holy materials suddenly rushed down as a whole, and all holy materials were put into the Dante furnace in a very hierarchical way. All this happened between lightning, stone and fire. In the sight of everyone, it was just a flash of light and shadow. All spiritual materials had been put into the furnace.
Yi Tian didn't know what to do.
The cover of the Dan stove next to him suddenly flew up and covered the Dan stove accurately.
Look at Lu Bingquan diagonally opposite.
He is holding his spiritual material in his forehand and looking at Yi Tian.
The whole person is completely petrified. The speed of Yi Tian's administration is dazzling.
By the time more than a dozen spiritual materials were vacated, Lu Bingquan had been unable to keep up and finally had to give up.
Yi Tian didn't pay attention to Lu Bingquan anymore.
Instead, he made continuous gestures and began to concentrate on looking at the Dante stove. From time to time, a mana hit the Dante stove, fast and slow, sometimes a mana, but sometimes, the 10 fingers moved continuously. The place where the mana was concentrated was like a rainstorm, making a buzzing sound.
Seeing this scene, Liao Tongwen stood up in amazement.
Most of the time in alchemy, he had to open the furnace, observe the changes of the holy material in the furnace at any time, and use the mana to stir up the medicine in the holy material evenly. Although alchemy in this way will cause the medicine power of the holy material to overflow and lose some due to the opening of the furnace cover, it is an inevitable process of alchemy. The alchemy furnace will be covered only when there is no need to observe the changes of the holy material. However, Yi Tian covered the furnace from the spirit material entering the furnace. It seems that he can sense the changes inside without looking at the pill inside. He can use mana at any time to turn the spirit material inside with the help of the anti-shock force of the pill furnace. Not to mention how Yi Tian judged the change degree of the spiritual material in the Dante furnace, he turned the spiritual material with the anti-shock force of the Dante furnace, but Liao Tongwen absolutely couldn't do it. The reason why alchemy is very difficult is that it takes hundreds of years of continuous practice. I don't know how much holy material it takes to cultivate an alchemy master. It is because when the pill is put into the furnace, it needs to be very accurate to grasp the heat of the holy material. The holy material cannot be fully melted before it is heated. It will use the medicine in the holy material, resulting in a great waste, and the rate of pill formation is very low. If the heat passes a little, it will scorch the spiritual material. In this way, the whole furnace of pills will be discarded and become a waste pill. Therefore, if you want to refine pills, you must grasp the heat just right.
It's just right. It's easy to say, but it's difficult to do it. It requires extremely detailed operation.
There can be no mistakes in all refining processes.
The reason why the refined pills have different grades and different effects is in the heat. Being able to become a pill means that you have mastered alchemy, but you are by no means proficient in alchemy. The Dan medicine with poor quality is not so accurate in the grasp of the fire,
but it can be stable at a certain frequency. There is no big deviation in the insufficient or slightly excessive fire, and the benefits are within the allowable range of Chengdan.
Just no waste.
To be able to become a Dan is related to the attainments of the Dan road, but in addition to the attainments, there must be a certain amount of luck. If you have bad luck or feel wrong, a little deviation will often make a famous Dan master refine waste pills. The reason why elixir is much more precious than holy material is that holy material is holy material, and elixir is elixir. Maybe several holy materials can refine a furnace of elixir. Because of this, almost all Dan masters work hard on the success rate. They would rather lose the medicine power of some spiritual materials and accurately control the changes of spiritual materials in the Dan furnace. Therefore, the cover of the Dan furnace is usually open.
Compared with refining a furnace of pills, it's not so unacceptable to lose some medicine.
But now, Lord Yi didn't even look at the holy material in the Dan stove, but directly used the anti-shock force of the Dan stove to turn the holy material. If someone else uses this method to refine pills, Liao Tungwen must have determined that the other party must be refined into waste pills.
But now it is his master. Yi Tian, Liao Tungwen is a little uncertain.
If you can refine pills in this way, what level will master's Dan attainments reach? Even if only 2 or 3 pills are refined, if the furnace cover is open for refining, it will be at least the grade of 6 or 7. As for the robbery cloud he saw in the Jiujiesi area, this symbol of more than 8 pills is something that can be encountered but not sought. No Dan master promised to refine a certain level of pills before alchemy.
Because there are too many accidents, they always come inadvertently. Liao Tungwen knew the common sense of alchemy, and the disciples of Taisho branch also knew it. They also looked at Yi Tian's actions in amazement, and their thoughts fluctuated. Yi Tian's movements are fast and slow. It seems that he is playing the piano. His movements are elegant, rhythmic, and aesthetic. When it is soothing, it is like a cloud rolling yuan shu, and when it is urgent, it is like a galloping horse. If you only use this technique for some time, you can be forgiven. Alchemy is a long process.
When it doesn't matter and doesn't need precise control, Liao Tungwen can also cover it. But the whole process is like this, that's 2 words. Bullshit. Even if you can see the changes of the spiritual material inside, it is impossible to turn the spiritual material through the anti-shock force of the Dan furnace. However, as time went by, Yi Tian always manipulated the Dante stove according to this method. Just when Liao Tungwen was confused, finally, the medicine fragrance in the Dante stove was so strong that the stove cover could not cover it, and floated out of the gap of the stove cover. The people smelled the refreshing fragrance of medicine. They felt that the mana in the dantian had a little feeling and began to stir slowly.
Even Liao Tungwen is the same.
He carefully released his mind, covered many holy materials around Lu Bingkuan, and looked carefully. These pills are common holy materials. It is not very difficult to get them even in the holy demon realm. The combination of these spiritual materials can really promote the stimulation of mana and quickly convert it from medicine to mana. However, it is impossible to say that the smell of these spiritual materials can induce the mana in the body. At least, it is impossible within the scope of Liao Tongwen's knowledge. He continued to watch with many doubts. As time passed, the medicine fragrance became more and more fragrant. With the strong medicine fragrance, people felt that the mana in their body was changing more and more. In order to verify whether the change of mana was related to the elixir refined by Master, he left here and tried it in a far place where there was no magic medicine aroma.
Sure enough, the reaction of mana gradually subsided.
Thus, it is proved that the churning of mana is related to Master's alchemy. It is the aroma of those spiritual materials that evokes the reaction of mana.
This proved that Liao Tungwen was even more shocked. When he looked at Yi Tianji, he was even more awed.
Gradually, more than 2 hours later, Yi Tian's movement slowed down from illness to slowness, and the original spiritual fire under the Dan stove became soft from the fluctuation at the beginning.
I don't know when it began. It was getting dark. In the sky, some dark clouds appeared inexplicably.
At the beginning, the number was still small, but soon, it seemed as if countless thick clouds poured out of thin air and slowly covered the whole sky. The thick clouds are getting heavier and darker. In the clouds, the fine lightning flashes occasionally and then disappears into the invisible, but then the lightning flashes more and more, as if gathering energy, and then suddenly falls at a certain moment.
Dan Robb.
Looking at the thick clouds in the sky for a long time, Liao Tungwen struggled to spit out two words.
It's the robbery cloud of Dan Jia. Although he didn't see the scene of the beginning of the robbery cloud last time, he saw the scene of the disappearance of the robbery cloud.
From some clues, he can judge that, yes, this is the robbery cloud of Dan Jia. Only when there are more than 8 pills will there be robbery clouds.
8.
Looking at the sky full of robbery clouds, Liao Tungwen was silly.
How is it possible to refine 8 pill with more than 10 kinds of spiritual materials? This is simply impossible.
Those spiritual materials do not have 2 precious varieties, and according to Liao Tongwen's own deduction, it is extremely rebellious to refine the 7 pill.
Liao Tungwen refined these ordinary spiritual materials himself.
Liao Tungwen asked himself that if they were properly refined, they would have the best effect. However, at this time, there were robbery clouds in the sky.
How is that possible? Not only Liao Tungwen was stunned, but even Lu Bingquan next to Yi Tian was stunned.
Sometimes he looked up at the sky, sometimes his eyes looked straight at Yi Tian, and looked at the Dan stove gently wrapped by the fine fire in front of him. For a moment, his eyes were a little confused.